Okay, let's get started. Let me just test the connection real quick. Doesn't look like either of the chat bots are working, so that's cool. Let me get Caster Labs back working. Okay, it's up. Is it connected? Looks like it's connected. Okay. It says it is, so let's just check it real quick. Do a test. That looks like chat went through there, and looks like chat went through there. So, cool. Active and running. That's the way we like to see it. That is the way that we want to see it. We had a long stream last night, so that's why we're labeling this number 7. We had to purge last night's stream. Probably not the most conducive to me continually being a streamer. So yeah, we purged that. It got purged off the docket. I'm like, nope. So all good. We'll get chat going tonight. We'll get rolling. We're gonna get cooking. We got a couple of things we're gonna work on building wise. Let's do a quick poll, make sure there's nothing I'm missing. Yeah, I didn't think anything was updated. Okay, cool. I don't know if it's here. There we go. Yeah, it is here. Okay, so let's do far clip plane and let's add a couple of zeros on that bad boy. There we go. Yep. Okay, cool. We need to add far clip plane modification because I need to be able to see it a little bit further out to get the full spectrum of what we're looking at. Ooh, like it. Okay. Let's go look at the main level. So where we left off last night is we basically had created this. And in the process of creating this, I basically was working on the level mostly, and trying to get a lot of, all this stuff figured out. In the process of getting all that figured out, I wanted to also kind of, come up with what this looked like. So we basically spent most of the stream editing and modifying the landscape because we merged over Danello's stuff. And so, I've spent a lot of time merging the landscape so that way things were nice and clean. And it was just easier to merge the landscape while talking about all the crazy politics and stuff that we were talking about last night. So I didn't have to, over focus on anything. So it was just easier to clean that up while, not talking about it. So a lot of what got done got done. Danilo does have some changes for this already. What's going on, Ooga Booga? How are you? So Danilo does have some changes that he's been working on, and I think what we told him, or what I had told him earlier today when he's still streaming right now, is that I would focus on trying to finish up this area and get it more realized for him. So we're gonna spend a little bit of time looking at what that looks like. That's good to hear, Ooga Booga. That is good to hear. I'm glad you are well. So we're gonna bring this back over into Hamaya, and we're gonna actually try to make these good. A lot of this isn't good. We hacked it in, you know, so that way it worked. But it's definitely not the way that it's supposed to be. So we need to clean a lot of this up, and make it good. Short version. So we'll see what that looks like. I don't have a good answer for what that looks like because I didn't design it mathematically, and you can see that because we don't have things that line up here perfectly, and there's stuff that's cut into the other one, and there's multiple vertices here. So this is gonna be a verifiable nightmare. Like legit, it's gonna be a nightmare. But I don't know. We'll see. I haven't decided how I want to handle that just yet. It's like pieces like that always get me, and make my life a little bit harder when it comes to setting this stuff up. So we'll have to work through it. And that's gonna be basically what we do for today's stream. Is we're gonna kind of fix this location stuff, get this a little bit prettier and nicer for him to work with. Let me put that over here. And what we might do is we might change a couple of things too. So I don't know. We'll see. It'll be a play it by ear scenario. He has made some changes here. I'd like to get those changes pulled over so I don't overwrite any of them. And there's some things I'm not going to change with my setup. What I might do, we had talked, and I think this is a little too big, so we're probably going to reduce that size. And I think what we had agreed on was making 2 of them. So basically, you know, bringing them over here and then making 2 of them. Like that. And then this is like the section that goes down to. I think that's what we talked about, but then now I'm getting boobs and I haven't decided yet. We're gonna work through it and we'll see what we get to or what we arrive at. Because I definitely have not definitively made my mind up yet. Oh, excuse me. And then also, you know, the fun part is that Kindred is working on getting our stuff working for the he's working on stuff working on. Yeah. Anyways, Kindred is developing out the new system for our items that is integrated with what's it called? That's integrated with gas. So I'm kind of hoping that happens sooner rather than later so that I can start getting all of this stuff connected. And then once that is in place, basically all of our streams are going to be focused on gas. and getting all the new abilities in place and everything else. Because I'll show you real quick. Mester and I have worked on getting the new character working, and so jump is a version of, you know, gas working, and then this ability, which is, you know, the drone, is also another function of that working. And now I have its ability that I'm spawning in gas and it's working. So basically the character is functioning, gas is functioning. You can take damage. Did I make damage 2? Yeah, I did. Then you can heal yourself. And so basically using gas, we have all the basic stuff that was there. We have stamina loss. We don't have stamina loss for sprinting and running and everything else yet. That's kind of the next phase that Mester has to put in. But the new character, this is the new character, rigged and animated fully and working. So we're kind of there. And so I'm excited about what that looks like, because the new character is going to add in a lot of stuff for us. It's going to add in a lot of functionality, and it's going to let us do a bunch of stuff that we wanted to do before that we couldn't do before. You know, for example, swimming. We just have to set up that new animation, leaning. We're going to have IK functioning now, so I can have the control rig working. So yeah, there's a lot of integrations that'll be nice. I don't know if I like this music. I mean, it's not bad, but yeah, let's go to that one. It's better. Keeps me awake. Okay. Let's realize what this looks like. let's go through this and get this done. I think what we had talked about is we wanted this connecting into this, and I think I could make a play for, basically we have the tubes coming from here and going into this section here, and that provides cooling here. Yeah, I think we can make a play for that. We still have so much to do. I still have to make all the dungeon parts too. That's okay. I think this will help us really define out the style that I wanted. Okay, so originally the idea is that this would block the vision. As I come up here, this blocks the vision of the castle. I think that still does that, so that serves that purpose. And I want this to be a bathhouse in the sense that I want it to be, you know, nice and pretty and a really easy way for them to come in and relax. I like this style where the roofing is kind of open. I think it's more traditional. And then maybe we have it to where this is where they are coming outside, you know, like they can easily walk in and outside. There's a little platform that's around them, and you know, these little thingies come down or something. I don't know. I gotta figure out how that was gonna look, but I do like the idea of it being a bathhouse, and you know, that maybe that's where they can chill and relax for the day. We also said that we wanted this to be a village. Now, Homeboy has made a bunch of these. I think the ruins get in the way. Yeah, he's made a bunch of changes. So He's added in some things and moved some stuff around, which is good, because then he'll have a good structure for what he's trying to do and what he's trying to accomplish. For me, what that tells me is I just need to work on this building right here. I need to define what does this look like? So that way it gives him a really good idea of what the rest of the buildings are going to be framed around. Because if we do this, I think we're probably going to make this smaller. He made the argument, and I kind of agree. It's pretty big. Like, it's pretty massive, you know. We're talking, it's way more than the size of one town, and it's taking up a massive volume of space. Now we are going to have the bandits and everything else there, so it does make sense for it to be larger, but at the same time, it is taking up a bunch of space. So I think having it kind of designed well is important. I honestly think we get rid of the docks. And I think once we get rid of the docks, then I can easily, once the docks are gone, I can easily move these things around and then create these pumps and these pipes properly. I think that's one of the things that I want to do. And I'm gonna need to try to structure these and the pipes around this kind of zone, because we want it to go down into the water pretty deep, which it does. And I think, you know, having this come in, maybe that being the connector to the sewer, and that's how the sewer is involved with all of this, is probably what I want to do. And it might be kind of cool to have the buildings underneath, you know? Maybe up here is just all the pipes and everything that connects and goes through and kind of makes everything look cool. Maybe that's how we do it. A lot of thinking today. Thinking and drinking, using the good old tea. Don't really. How do we want to do this? I don't know. I really legitimately don't know. Okay, well, let's just work on what this is gonna look like. Let's try that first. So let's hide these. Let's hide these and let's hide that. Let's just work primarily on this. Okay. Oh, I missed it. Okay, there we go. So that's the outer. That's the inner. I'm gonna have such a hard time with this Boolean. It's gonna create so many in-goes. Like, legitimately, I'm gonna have such a hard time with this. Because I'm gonna have some, like, crazy in-goes. Like, look at all this. It's so bad. Like, legitimately, it's so bad. These I could connect here, but then I would lose. So, like, for example, I could do some stuff like this, right? And then connect that. And then I could connect this. And I'm not really losing out on anything here. Excuse me. Where I'm gonna run into problems is I don't have anything from this one over here. So I can use just the edges. And then we can connect just the edges. I will ignore the connectors and just go just for the edge lines. And that'll work all the way till here. And once I get here, I'm toast. Again, I'm still running into this problem where and again, maybe, you know, this is what gets brought over, you know, maybe I say F it and I bring this over and I bring that over and that gets lined over and then it's offset from this. Okay, fine, whatever. I don't have a good answer. Like, I legitimately don't have a good answer on this one. I don't know how they do this. I don't know how they do this and avoid ingos. Or at least in the fast way, because I'm gonna be sitting here for like 4 hours. And let's say I half this, right? Let's say I don't dilly-dally with any of this and I just half this crap out. Okay, well, that means I get rid of this half. And then if I want to speed it up even more, I can just get rid of 1/4. Oh, that's the fourth I want. So not that. So I get rid of 1/4. So this will speed it up even more. Okay, well, I still have to do this for this junk. Yeah, I don't have a good answer. Maybe the answer is we just do it and move on with our lives. But I really do wish I had a better understanding of how hard surface modeling works and where it just automatically creates those quads and they don't have to, you know, deal with all the headache of what I'm doing. See, and like, see how that bows over now? That's definitely not right. How would that bow up? What the hell? Rich dagger? Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for this. I'm trying to rethink this. What is a way that I could do this? F this. We're starting over from scratch. I don't care. Okay, what was this size? 200, I think? Yeah, 200. So we got all that. We said 100, right? Yeah, because it's nice and smooth that way. Okay. So we have that working. Now my next problem is I need to create the offset. And then from there I need to create the bool. And I think where I got into trouble last time, obviously I was just kind of rushing through and I wasn't really thinking. But I think the offset is 100. So this should be 10. It's minus 10. That didn't work. Put the F. Here we go. Okay. So what we're gonna do from here is we're gonna basically bring that back down. So that way we have the evened out edge. Okay. Now this is good because we have both of these lined up. And now what I can do is I can create that thing that I was doing before. But where I need to think about the math is, right? If I have 100 of these and I want 8 sides, it should be 100 divided by 8, right? So, 8 divided by 100. Okay. So every 12.5 is where I want one, I guess, or 12.5 is the size of whatever it needs to be, I guess. So this cylinder that's going to cut into this needs to be 12.5, so that's 120. Yeah. Nah, there's no way 8 of them are going to get there. 12 doesn't work either. What would that be? If this is 200. What would that be? This is where math would have helped if I would have paid attention in math class. You know, this would have been definitely something that would have helped me. What is that? That's 50. So if I do 50 times by 8, I don't know if that works. But okay, so oh no 360 is what I got to think of. Yeah, my brain has to think about in 360 because 360 is the degrees that we're going to be altering this. That is what I got to think about. Because we're doing this. What is that? 135. And duplicate that, and that's going to be 45. So this is what we're doing. And it's not going to be pretty on the inside because of how that cuts over. Yeah, it's not pretty. It's not pretty anywhere. Well, I mean, it's pretty in some spots. Okay. Why is it pretty there, but nowhere else? I don't know. This is the part, like I said, this is the part that my brain gets fried on, so. What does that look like? What do I need to do? maybe. So that's 45 chunks, right? So let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. And let's turn this into 8. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Wait. So now we know that we want this to be 8 even chunks, right? And if we want this to be 8 even chunks, the number that I do in here needs to be divisible by 8 evenly. And the number that I had, which is 100, makes it nice and smooth, but it's not divisible by 8. And because it needs to be, the reason why 8 is because it needs to go into 360, and if 100 doesn't go into 360. So that is why we get the problem with the weird offsets, which makes a lot of sense. Okay. So if I grab this number, we're gonna switch this scale. Well, I can't do the scale just yet. I need to do the yeah, I scaled it already. There we go. Okay, so we need a number that's going to be high, but that is 360 divisible, right? So let's do, if we want 8 sections, maybe 360 into 2. I could just do 360, but I don't want to do 360. So let's do 180. So we say it's 180. Okay, so that's 180 faces. We rotate this 90 and we scale it up to 200. I don't know how that worked because, oh, there we go. Okay. Just down below. Okay, so if we scale that up to 200, and is this centered? I don't know. Looks like it. I didn't move it, so 0, 0, 0. Yeah, okay. So it's zeroed out. Then what that means is now I should have an even line. I don't have a line here. Is 180 not divisible by 8? 180 divided by 8. Damn it. So it has to be a multiple of 8. Okay, let's try. What if I just did 160? There we go. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, cool. So 160 is good. That gives me a decent range to work with. And again, I'm in sections, so I have to think about what this looks like. And this little bugger right here, let's just play with the location real quick. Can I, yeah, okay, cool. So now if I rotate this 45, that should put it in this sector here. Okay, so it does work the way that I think it works, but it doesn't make it nice and clean. What makes it clean? Scale is 45. Okay. So then that would make that nice and clean. All of my lines would more or less be good. They wouldn't be flawless, but they would be more or less good. because I would have the center line good. Damn, dude, I really don't know how they do this. That makes me feel like a scrub. Let's watch a tutorial real quick. Oh, wrong one. Let's see if he's doing anything that I'm not aware of. Wait, what? Okay, we're watching somebody else's video now, so don't judge me. Why can't I stop the song? What? Yeah.
There's actually a little bit of prep we can do prior.
He just grabs it.
Difference Boolean modifier, which you can do by selecting your objects. Make sure you select the main mesh first. Hold shift and right click and go to Boolean's difference.
Yeah.
So now you can see we have the effect we want. But to get this to a place where we can actually subdivide it, it's going to need a lot of work.
Yeah.
So there's actually a little bit of prep we can do prior to the Boolean, which can help us in the end to get a result we want much quicker. As you can see now, if we hit 3 to smooth preview, we're nowhere close to a good looking.
No, that looks disgusting.
This is what you're going for. Right. So I'm just
Hey, good to hear, Unreal.
This time I'm actually just going to duplicate it.
I'll pull in a second.
And I'm going to smooth it. So if I go shift and right mouse, smooth, and I'm just going to set the divisions to 2. Holding V on the keyboard for snap, I'm just going to snap it to the corner. To make our lives easier, let's add some more divisions to our base cube. Because as you can see, if we go over to our other mesh, when we try and draw out edge loops, you can see the loops are ended early because of the end ones. So on our new cube, let's just draw out some edges with the multi-cut tool.
I like how he like simulated click noises.
Let's Boolean again. So you can already see how this is much cleaner. We don't have a bunch of triangles forming at the edges here, and we have a bunch of edge loops on our cube to clean this up. Right, so using the edge loops, which we added prior to the Boolean, I'm just going to clean it up, which should be relatively easy, probably something like this. I'm going to use the target weld tool, so shift, right click, target weld tool, and then let's just weld these 2 edges, and then we can just fix this n-gon with the multi-cut tool, and just cut across it like this. And then just continue this for the rest of the mesh.
So when you have a small number, that's fine.
Now when we press 3 on the keyboard, we get a nice effect.
I thought I was gonna find a good thing.
For some sharp corners.
Yeah, show me the bevels. Let me see it. Oh, damn, that is pretty decent. Okay. Man, that doesn't really solve anything. Like, I know how to do that.
This approach to Booleans, rather than just rushing in with basic shapes, makes our lives so much easier. Maybe initially a little slower as we have to pre-think how we're going to want our topology, but this is way more painless than...
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that because again, he's not using like 100 thing over here. Like, okay, well, I mean, I can always kind of try to think about it a little bit. Unreal, I'll pull real quick. Let me close the editor. I'm gonna make the Boolean nice and smooth without having to do 5 billion edge. 4,000 files, man. Okay, what were you working on? Jesus. So the other option, like he's saying, we can just line this up. I can create some edge loops where I think that, you know, the core things are gonna be. So it'll be easier. I've done that, but again, we're gonna get weird things where we have edge loops down here, and there's another trellis there that's gonna have a different edge loop, like, and that's affecting the entire model. I don't know. And that's only if we do an 8. We really want this to be smooth, so it's gonna have to be a lot more than just 8. I guess this is just how you do it, you know? Like, this is just life. Because if we want this to be smooth, we're gonna go 40. And now I've doubled that headache that I have. Yeah, I basically have doubled that headache. We get rid of all of these, right? So all of those are gone. Because I don't need those. And then what I have to do is I basically have to line up the edge loops so that way the Boolean is not torched to dorched. I don't know. It is what it is. We're gonna have to bore through it and just make it, you know, we're just gonna have to go through it. So it is what it is. I don't care. Oh, what do we say? Minus 10. We said we were at 100 walls. I'll check out what you did here in a second, bro. I already pulled it. I just gotta open it now. Cool. Okay, so let's just try the methodology. Right now, before I just said basic shape, bool, deal with it, right? Let's try the methodology. Let's create a couple of them that are decent locations, right? I think that is going to be unrealistic. Damn, dude, there's going to be so many problems. I don't know. We'll try it out. We'll try it out and we'll go from there. I got to do the same thing on the inside, so I didn't do much. I moved the straight buildings over to main level. Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's still, you just still did something, so I'll take a look at it. Oh, he moved there, and he had one there. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So all I got to do now is just line them up. So that way they're even, and then I'm gonna line them up with the top of that. So hopefully the edge loop will get me like 90% there. Hopefully. Don't really know though. So nice. What the F? Why can't, what? Why is it lining up down there? That's one. There we go. There we go. Yeah, this is gonna be stupid. but we'll try it. Gonna try it. This is normally why I stay away from high poly. I like legit, I hate having to deal with all of these interceding things. I have mad respect for people who do massive high poly work. Okay, so we grab these two. Let's do Boolean cut. Right? So it's Booleaned out. And that didn't even do anything. What the F? Is it because I don't have it coming down? Oh, that's probably true. Yeah. There we go. So now let's do a delete history. Same on this one. Grab this, grab this. Now do our Boolean cut. There we go. Okay. So he did multi-cut. What did he move to? I don't know what he did. Multi-cut? And then how did he did closest plane. How did he do that? How did he do that? Did I close his video already? I did. Son of a biscuit. Okay, let's go back and look at it real quick. Yep, I'm on there. Okay. Free tutorial, how to use the wedge tool in Maya. Might actually be a good idea. I'm about to just watch a bunch of Maya tutorials and upgrade my I'm about to upgrade my Maya modeling game. Because characters are fine, but clearly I have issues with hard surface modeling. Let's turn up his volume real quick so I can hear what he says.
First, hold shift and right click and go to Boolean's difference. So now you can see we have the effect we want. But to get this to a place where we can actually subdivide.
He said Booleans and wait, how did he do that? I'm confused. He said that he right clicked and then from his and I made a separate version of the dome and the columns just to be able to move them around. Also, I added back the walls to storage facility. Nice. Yeah, I'll check it here in 2 seconds. So he did shift and right click.
Booleans.
And then he went to Booleans and difference. So that's what I chose. I think that my operation was a difference operation. In fact, I'm pretty positive it's a difference operation. Maybe not. So let's back it out. Let's grab here. Let's go. He did shift right click. He went to Booleans and then he did a difference. And we want A versus B because we want the first mesh versus the second mesh, which is what we did. Right? Oh, damn it.
So now you can see we have the effect we want. But to get this to a place to the Boolean, now if we hit, unless a new, she's just going to duplicate it and right mouse. Because as you can see, loops are ended early, multi-cut tool.
Yeah, he goes through, makes all of his loops. Shift right clicks, does a Boolean.
And we have a bunch of edge loops on our cube to clean this up. Right, so using the edge loops, which we added prior to the Boolean, I'm just going to clean it up, which should be relatively easy, probably something like this. I'm going to use the target weld tool, so shift, right click, target weld.
No, that is not how you got there. You went to merge vertices. So he went to vertex and then he went merge vertices. Okay, let's try that. So he went to shift right click. No, he went to right click vertex. Then he went to shift right click merge vertices. And then he did target weld tool, which I don't generally ever use. Oh, damn it.
Shift, right click, target weld tool. And then it's just.
And so he's target welding. he's target welding this to that. Oh, dude, that's gonna cause problems. Target weld's cool though. I don't ever use target weld. Holy crap, that's cool. Okay, well now what do? I got two faces right here. I finally created a kit bash level with all the buildings I've made so far, be able to modify level instances without opening the main map. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I need to do that. 110%. Okay. So how do I target weld in this scenario? I guess I just bring that down here. What goes there? There's nothing there. What goes there? Ugh, bananas. That looks disgusting. Look at this. Look at this disgustingness. Ugh, disgusting. Okay, well, I mean, it wasn't that bad, so whatever. And I guess I just kept both of these. I think I should probably weld that up. I think that should probably be welded up. Did I weld that up? Oh crap, what did I do with that over there? Yeah, I just welded it up. I just said F it and I welded it up. That's probably not a good answer though, because yeah, I have that like little piece just chilling there. And then what did I do here? I just merged that down? No, I didn't. Did I? No, I left it there. Okay. And what did I do with it? Then I merged that down. Okay. F this, dude. This is not gonna be clean. Like, oh my god, this is so not gonna be clean. I'm lying to myself right now. So which one has priority? That one or that one up there? Don't know. And does that go like that? That does not sound right at all. But I have to make sure I have faces there. Oh, disgusting. I don't know what to do with my life. This one should come here. Oh, yeah, I'm jacking things up. And that one should go there. And this one needs to go there. Oh, that's why you got to keep that on. Damn. Okay. Did I not follow that on any of these? Looks like I did, so that's good. Okay. Yeah, it looks so disgusting. Look at how disgusting that looks. Oh my gosh. This is disgusting. Ew. Ew. Is there two there? There is two there. Okay, cool. Ugh. I don't know. I'm definitely not a fan of this. Like, because there's nothing there. So do I put this all the way there? I definitely didn't do it. Nope, I did do that on the side. I lied to myself over here. Okay. So this doesn't care. That one has to be separate, and that one doesn't care. Okay. So that one doesn't care. That one's separate. I guess it's the same. I guess. We're gonna spend a whole stream on this crap, dude. Okay, well, let's try it and let's see what happens. So all I'm gonna do here is I'm just making sure that these go in the direction that they're supposed to. It looks like they do, so that's good. We'll delete the history on this. That should get rid of the second mesh, which it did. And now I should just be able to finalize out this here by just doing a connector like that. And I think there's one more here, so I grab this and that. So that cleans that up. There should be... I guess... I don't know if I like that or not, because I don't technically like it, but whatever. I will group that, and I will group that, which then means I need to come from here to there. And here to there. And then here to there. That is a bad face. Like, that is a super bad face. I wonder if I could do something like that instead and still keep the overall structure. I don't know. That's kind of the thing, is like now it's like kind of pushing in where maybe it shouldn't. I don't know. Yeah. Because you have to keep this. I don't know. Okay. So everything else is fine. Oh, wait. Right here. Yeah, and those are kind of stupid too, but it is what it is. Okay, so everything on this side is clean. And now let's clean the other side real quick. And then once it's clean, we can create the edge. And then once the edge has been created, then I'll be able to bevel it and see if it's okay. I personally am not a fan of this at all. This is not clean in my book. But if it works, I think that's the important factor here, is does it work, you know? It's like it does, so. Oh, wait. What? Did I not catch that on the other side too? Or did I catch it on the other side? I caught it on the other side. I just didn't catch it on this side. That's crazy. How did I not do that? Okay, well, whatever. Go, got that. That's clean, that's clean, that's clean. I think this bevel is going to be messed up, to be honest, because there's like nothing there to bevel. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh, cowboy. What? There we go. checking Discord. Yeah, man, of course. It's open to you. You're more than welcome to, bro. You should have access. If you don't have access, let me know. But you should.
Checking.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Chilling. Nice.
Yeah, I don't like doing things like this personally because they're not fun, but I do get it. So, okay. So what we're gonna have to do? How did your the stuff go? Was it good?
Yeah, today was just organizing and cleaning stuff.
Yeah. Okay, so it doesn't look like that affect that much, but I'm bringing it up so that way what can happen is that this will allow me to put another loop right here. And then I can do the same thing on the other side. So that way this bevel that I want to do looks good. And then let's try it out. Let's see what happens. I don't have a lot of positive thoughts on what this is going to look like, but hey, you never know. Maybe this is how this works. I generally don't do curves on edges like this.
Yeah, usually game topology, like they instead of having like those loops going around, they get all those vertices to end on one single point.
Yeah. No, I would. That's how I would also do it too, because again, you're gonna run into a lot of issues. Let's see how this looks. Yeah, I kind of knew that was gonna look like trash. F. Okay. So bevel did not turn out good. Damn, dude. How do we resolve this? Let me just check to make sure there's nothing that's causing the bevel to be stupid. Do a vertex face real quick. There's nothing here causing it to be dumb. I don't see anything down there either. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is the part that I suck at.
For example, the three loops that go inside around, that could be one loop.
Oh, look. There's a missing piece right here. Bro, why didn't they merge? Son of the biscuit, bro. That's why it wasn't merging. Hold on. I just found this, so give me 2 seconds and then I'll look at what you were saying. That's probably a really good point. Is there any other points here that weren't connected? Okay, let's try this one more time. So when I say weld, I hate the weld tool sometimes, man. So point one is a pretty damn close proximity. Let's go 1 just to be 100% safe. Okay, so if they're occupying the same space, those bastards should have been. Okay, what were you saying? Which ones?
So you see like where you have those triangles, you have like three loops in that kind of ring.
Sure. You're talking about the top or the bottom or the middle? Because we're not. You're delayed probably maybe like 5 seconds from what I'm looking at.
The middle ring has three loops.
Mm-hmm. Let me select it and show you. See, you'd be like, yeah, those. Those three.
Maybe that could be simplified into just one loop in the center, and the rest of
You're gonna get problems.
the points could be diverted to another point.
So here, if I do that, you're gonna get problems with a couple other edges. I think maybe 2 might be able to work, but our primary issue isn't the reason why I have those 3 is to kind of add. My issue is these, right? So the complexity comes from these, because if I move these, then it changes the shape. And so we have to be very careful about moving the vertical edge loops, because the vertical edge loops are what define the shape. That's where my real problem is coming from. Let me see if what I did changed this at all. I'm hoping it did, because if it did, then that would be cool. But, okay, so it did help it. It's not flawless, but it did help it. So I do have an edge loop now, which is nice, I guess.
That thing that you did, like scaling them together, could work to simplify and leave.
Well, I'm not saying that it wouldn't. I do agree that it would. My concern is, and I'll kind of do this.
It's just that you need to leave a space around the door.
So my issue is going to be these, because now what's happening is I'm crossing these, and I can't cross those. Now I could maybe bring this down. Maybe I do something like that, but now these are getting stretched in a bad way. I don't
Maybe
see it.
triangulate them, like going up to the in diagonal.
Well, see, this is my problem. This one right here, like this is fine. I can deal with this. That's fine. This is fine. All that's fine. Now I have this as a problem. If I come down here, maybe I come from here. See, yeah, that's that. I don't like all of that.
I think, well, maybe getting the bevel first and then simplifying the shape could be better.
Yeah, I do thinking, because well, I mean, so if I simplify the shape sooner, then the positive side of that is I get I can have a larger bevel. Because it takes my space. So for example, this right here is what's causing the bevel to be small, because of this right here. Again, the player's not gonna fucking notice. That's what I need to tell myself. The player's not gonna notice this. They really aren't. So maybe I just clean it up. Let's just clean it up. F it. They're never going to see this. They don't care. Like, they're gonna be like, oh, that archway doesn't look flawless. Not gonna happen. Then watch, there's gonna be some player who watched the stream and they're gonna do it just to troll me. They're gonna be like, I gave you a negative review because I watched your stream and I saw that you didn't do it right. Fucker.
Imagine.
That's what's gonna happen, man. That's what people do. You're gonna be like, oh, cool. I had this really cool stream, and you know, I spent all this time, and some dick's gonna come in and be like, I watched your stream, Ryu, and you didn't do it right. You're a crappy modeler, so I'm downvoting your game. I'll be like, son bitch. And I'm not saying I'm a good modeler, that's for sure. Okay, so that's not bad. That's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. I guess my question would be, how bad is that bevel going to be? And I'm still going to have this problem here unless I bring that here. F. That does clean it up a little bit though. That cleans it up a lot because now I only have one bevel or one edge loop that comes across. I mean, we have nanite, so again, I don't personally care. As long as it looks good, that is all that matters to me because nanite will save me. I don't have to have the most optimized models. I don't know. Maybe we just leave it and just.
Yeah, and these is supposed to be like ruined, so
I don't know if I can use it as an excuse. Be like, it's supposed to be ruins. That's why it's warped. Yeah, hey, I like it. F it. Let's do it. Send it. Okay, so we got 0.5. Let's try the backside and see if it looks good. I pulled your stuff already, so I got all that, which is good.
yeah. I mean, visually, there's not many changes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So the problem, this is the stupid part, right? So check this out. The backside bevel is larger than the front side bevel because the backside has more room because it's cleaner. Oh, that's not cool. Okay, so do what, 0.3? Let's see if that kind of lines up. Okay, cool. Okay. So now that we've got this working the way that we want it to work, now what we need to do is we need to rotate this 45. Or wait, what's 45 divided by 2? 22.5?
Are these going to be buildings?
Yeah. So 22.5. So then now what I do is I'm going to delete this and then delete this and then delete this and that right there. Okay, perfect. So now I have a piece that I can rotate and line up, but let's make sure we connect everything so that way it's nice and connected, because after I do this, I can't go backwards. So duplicate and
Oh, this is the same dome piece
Yep.
that.
Yep. What's 45 plus 25? 70? Oh, what the hell? Why is that off? What the F? Let's do a modify freeze transform. And then I should move this 22.5 or 45 maybe? Oh, okay. Yeah, 45. There we go. Cool. Okay, so now this should be what? 90? Okay. There we go. So now we're moving in 45, so that's good. So this should be 135. Duplicate, that's 180. And with 225, I think, is what it is.
I think you can like just make the math inside the number. You can go like 180 plus 45, like a calculator.
Yeah. I'm trying to do it in my head. But yeah, you're correct. 180 plus 45. That's 225. That's what I thought. And then this is 0, so that should be negative 9 or negative 45. And then that should be negative 90. Okay, cool. So now we have a fully circled out, and it matches, and it looks good, and it's flawless. And by flawless, the topology is not flawless, but it itself is flawless.
It's not bad, the topology. Like I need to show you some game topology. There's like a bunch of triangles. As long as the triangles are not super long, it's gonna render nicely.
No, I think it'll be fine rendering, but yeah, no, I strive for perfection, but not always is that possible, right? Okay, so now with this, let's do a vertex face. We'll just check it real quick, make sure there's not any weirdness. Doesn't look like there is, so that's good. Let's bring our dome roof over, put that at 0. And then we can grab this and we can line. Wait, what? Oh, I had that. I was like, what? We can line this bottom up here. And basically, we should be good.
Was that do you think like there's I think the dome was closer to the end of the arc, right?
Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna move it up. Yeah, I'll move it up. That's a really good. Yeah, it was. I just kind of cheated it for now. Let me throw it in here real quick so we have it on the test level. Actually, I need some size, so let's go to Ryu's test.
Is that building, yellow building, made out of separate pieces?
Yeah.
Oh, nice, nice. I needed that for the Kirbash level.
Okay, so here, let's go to meshes, engine, and then bandit village 2. We'll say this is 10 by 10 by 10. Move down here, and then let's change it to concrete. There we go, and then let's see what this looks like. Nice. Okay. Nice. That's good. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to mesh display, set the face, soften edge, set the face and soften edge, and then edit complete history. Let's see how bad this is. I can technically see in here by turning that off. That actually looks pretty good.
But are you gonna like leave the dome that
Nope.
in that height?
Nope. I'm just checking right now. I'm actually gonna merge the two. Once I verify that this is all good. Ugh, look at the triangle problems. Look at that triangle crap. Look at that triangle crap. Oh, it's so disgusting.
I don't know if merging, like, it would be nice to have it separate.
I could probably do both. But my issue is the triangles now. What if I bring that up there? Okay, and what if I bring that up here? If I go there, oh, that doesn't solve. Okay, that doesn't solve my problem. Okay, but if I bring that up here, does that make that look better? It does. Okay, so that does solve that problem. Yeah, what are you doing, dude? Come here. There you go. And then I can get rid of that edge loop. Come on, go up there. And then I can get rid of that edge loop. Does that solve? No, that amplifies that problem. Huh. It's probably because of this right here. That sucks. Okay. Move that over here. Both of them. Move those over here. We're gonna have to come back in here and cut all this up again. Which sucks. But it is what it is. Where was the I don't remember where the 45 was. Son bitch.
No, just cut it in a quarter.
Well, I have to fix it because it's gonna go to multiple faces, so I have to do it at this. Otherwise, I'd have to fix 2. I don't want to
Yeah,
fix
right.
2. I didn't want to fix 1, and then I'll do exactly what you're talking about, the quarter thing. I just have to get this right for the edge so I can cut the parts off here. Wait, one more. There we go. There we go. Okay. So how do I fix this? That one looks fine there. That's beveled fine and has no issues. There's a little bit of shading warping, but it's not bad. This is bad. Maybe if I merge them real quickly. Okay, so they're merged. Is it bad? Oh, not too bad now. Not flawless, but let's make sure these are lined up with this. So those are lined up, and then they need to be vertically lined up. So they are. And I think I can get rid of this. I don't think I need this line at all. Yeah, that's good. That's good. So I have some warping on the inside that I'm gonna have to fix, but this outside edge, this is actually pretty good and it looks good. So I'll just mimic the same thing on the other side. I think I just warp that up, right? And then what did I do over here? I warped that this way. Yeah, like that. Yeah, okay. Okay. So grab both of these, merge and weld, and then I get rid of this edge loop here because it's not needed. Get rid of the extra verts. And now, yep, okay, that's smooth. It's not, again, it's not flawless because I do have some weird stuff going on here. I should probably try to move this edge loop up further. That would help out because of how close everything is. And so if I move this edge loop up further, that stretches that shading out. Yeah. I can't go too far because if I go too far, then I run into what you were talking about where the triangle warping happens and we don't want that. Okay, so that's good there. Now to clean the backside because the backside has issues. What do? Do we put this here? What does that do? No, that creates triangle warps there. Can I go here? What if I go here? Okay, that cleans up that. And what if I go here? Okay, that cleans up that. Okay, I guess I can do that. So we'll mimic the same thing. This comes up here, and then this comes here. Does that go there? No, that... Well, I mean, it's not bad, but not great. They're never going to be up there, so I don't care. From the downside, it looks good. So F it, we're good. Okay, let's clean it up. Get rid of any unneeded edge loops. I think this edge loop right here is also not on the other side. So that becomes pointless. And all the rest of the edge loops are still there. It's just not as pretty. Yeah, okay, so then let's do Let's just play set face. So I'm happy with this. It's not flawless, but it works, so I'm happy with it. Okay, so then that means I gotta do this stupid crap again. Yep. And if I merge these two, put this back in the center. You ever miss working in Maya?
Oh yeah. Yeah, Maya's pretty nice. I was actually doing some UV mapping like a couple of days ago for the zombie thing.
Yeah. Okay. So we have everything exactly as it should be now. We're good. And it only took us an hour and 28 minutes to model something that probably should have taken me an hour, maybe 45 minutes, but that's okay. You live and you learn, right? And then let's merge all verts so that way everything is good to go, and we'll merge.
And remember the height, because it's gonna look like
like trash banana cakes.
It is going to look like a banana.
Let's just play. See, this is where people who do the what do you want to call it? The Senti stuff. Like the people who make the Senti style models. This is where they get off easy, because they can just go all stupid crazy and make all the edges because they don't have to worry about smoothing groups. So it like they cheat, and that's the quote unquote style. So I always miss that. Like that's what I like about that style is again, you don't have to worry about the softened edges and how that looks, and you don't have to deal with it. It's just
Yeah, you need to see the style I'm coming up with the zombie stuff I'm making. Like it is like Cinti, but a little bit with more polish.
Yeah. Okay, so we have that. Let's get rid of that. We'll bring this down. And then I need to bring this down here. Okay, good. And then, now that I have that in place, we'll grab the dome part. Put this at 0. And then connect that to the top of that. And then what I need to do for this, I need to select all the faces, grab all the top ones, delete those. And then I'm gonna grab it all. Let's say, how many people tall do we want this? So that's 1 person, 2 person, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 5. Let's do 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 people tall.
Like imagine you wanna use this piece without the dome. Like how high could it be? Maybe a little lower.
I think when the stream catches up, you can see. I moved it down to 5, so it's down. Okay, let's take a look. Nice. Nice. Smoothing groups are good. Let's try nighttime. And I'll grab my lighting. Oh, that's right. This character doesn't follow him anymore. Good to know. Okay. Well, I can kind of cheat that then, because then I can use this to spawn all of them at the edges as if they're lights. There you go. Yeah, nice. Okay, not too bad. I need to fix the upper dome, but yeah, it's not bad at all. That gives me plenty of room for entrance and for other things and other statues. Like if I wanted to throw let's throw one of the statues in here and see what it looks like. Well, let's put a plant in here first. Let's go crazy regal, right? Yeah, see, look, that's kind of cool. We could put a plant here and kind of have it kind of garnered like that. Maybe a little more. And then where's my statues at? Poly actors, meshes, props. Where's the statue? There we go. Yep. So something like that. I'm not saying that we do that. I'm just kind of set dressing and showing it, but it's a large area, you know, that gives us a lot of room to work with.
Dude, I think you should probably be testing this on the main level to see how it fits with the rest.
Yeah, I mean, I will. That's a good point.
Especially the scale to see how big it's going to be.
Well, the idea should be that it's scalable, right?
And then the other thing comes when, like, we have 3 different domes. So if we scale them down, the columns change like their size.
Yeah, but I mean that's normal. They're not gonna all be flawless, you know what I mean? Like I know what you're talking about.
That's what I was thinking about, like having some like closer like proportions between them, like maybe one can be 1 in scale, the other 1.2, and the other one like
Yeah. I mean, again, I don't think it needs to be flawless amongst them, because again, in real life, it's the same way, right? If I'm gonna have something that's larger, it's gonna have to have a bigger wall to support all the weight of the dome. Like I can't have the same thickness, you know what I mean? Like it's just not possible. Okay, so you put in temporary models here.
you can hide by clicking on the white stuff. You can hide the.
I'm just gonna delete my stuff.
That's your mesh. And then I have those things.
Yeah, I did hit yours. I didn't touch them.
Made a group, and all the ruins are inside a folder. I placed them in a folder.
Nice. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so let's take this. Let's grab this. And let's do 10 by 10 by 10. That's what it's supposed. Wait, what? Here we go. So this is supposed to be the one for here. Oh shit. I turn on matching and scaling and rotation.
You can copy the cylinder location and paste it, so that way you get the perfect center.
Yeah, I mean I get it. And I don't know if that's where I want it to be yet. So I don't know, we'll see.
And also by locking the scale, you just need to type it once, and it will modify the 3 axis.
Yep, I'm tracking that too. Where am I? I'm outside. No, I'm inside the dungeon. I don't want to fight the boss. I don't want to try to kill. I'm gonna steal some of these pots. That way, when I play next time, I got pots.
It's funny that you are appearing inside the dungeon.
I said last night off when I left the stream, I was in the dungeon.
I just checked out the level, and I was appearing right there in the.
It's different for every person. It's based off of your save file.
Ah, okay, nice.
Yeah, it's different for every person. So yeah, this is a good size. Again, I think what I made matches your size. Like, I might be a little bit taller than that, but overall size-wise, it matches. So that's good. Let me see. Maybe I come down 2 more.
Yeah, because imagine if like, I don't know how ruined you want this to be, but like imagine like some of parts of the dome are broken.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely doable and possible. Harden edge. Don't really care about any of that crap. Those don't really care here. Okay. So that's how that would look. Good. And then we reduce the size a little bit, which is good. Now let's play with this a little bit. What if I introduce an edge loop here? And it comes 1, 2, 5. Okay. I wish there was a way to select all faces in the edge loop.
There is. I think if you select one and then double click, I think it is click or
There's got to be a different
shift
key.
double click.
I shift double clicked it. That's an edge loop, but it's not all faces in the edge loop.
There was a way. I need to.
No, I know there's a way. I've seen people do it. I just don't know what it is. There's a combo key. I don't know what it is. Yeah.
Let me look it up.
I definitely know there's a way. Nope.
Shift plus double click an adjacent face in the direction you want to face the loop.
That might only work when it's a flat edge. Oh,
It,
no, so that does work there.
it needs to be the face right next to the selection, I think it is. Let me open Maya
Oh
and
yeah,
check it out.
that worked. That worked. That worked. Okay, well let's see if it works here. Oh, that
There you
worked. Oh, it works.
Yeah, it needs to be the face right next to the selected one.
That
Uh-huh.
hot, bro. That's hot. Good job. Yeah, that definitely saves time. Okay, so let's bevel that and let's put a 0.2 on that. No, point.
Yeah, there's a bunch of like little tricks in Maya. That's super cool.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That edge could be a little thicker. Uh-huh.
Okay, now let's take these two. I probably want the same edge on the inside. Let's try our new trick that we've learned. Oh, it's so amazing.
There's also another thing that you can grow selection. I forgot the shortcut for that. Let me just look it up. Because you can select one loop and you can grow the selection on the next loop and the next loop. So it's super cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, it is the little key. So it is select press shift plus.
Hold on, hold on. I'm doing something else. Hold on 1 second. Okay, what is it?
I'm gonna write it on the chat. I don't know how to call this key.
Okay,
Eh,
that's fine. That's fine.
the little kind of.
Press shift plus that is the less than to grow the selection by 1. What is that? Okay, well let's see what that. I just wanted to see what it does. So if I do shift and you're talking about like grow my selection outward. Okay, cool.
Uh-huh. And you can use it to go less than or
Greater than. Yep.
greater than, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that's definitely cool. Okay, so we'll have a cap like this. I think we can probably get away with some even cooler stuff. So let's kind of give ourselves a little bit of room to make this look very ornate. So to do that, we're basically going to put another line here, another line here, another line here, another line there. We'll grab this edge loop, we'll grab that edge loop, make sure they're connected together. We'll come down, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. And then let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. And so then let's grab that. Dude, that shift select is such a game changer, bro. Like legit, it's such a game changer. Okay, so we can either go in or we can go out. Let's try in. Because what that's gonna do, let's do -3. Yeah, -3. That gives us that really cool kind of like internal bevel look. And we can put things inside there. We can make it like golden or whatever else. Yep. And then I need to bevel those edges there.
perfect place for little birds to sit.
Yeah, right. Little birdies all sitting there chilling, enjoying life. Let's do 0.25. Yep. Okay. Now with this new change, we have to redo our shading. So edit history. And then we need to come in and do the hard edges. There we go. Perfect. And those got hard edges. Cool. Okay. So then let's put this one in first because this is pretty clean. And so that way you'll have the two parts now. So we'll call this Bandit Village 2. And then let's put the dome in. Okay.
Should we call it like water facility?
Yeah, I'm gonna rename it when it's there. It's in the engine folder right now, so it's technically we're just kind of rifting still. You know, making sure it looks good and matches and aligns. And then I got a couple other ideas on how I want to make the dome look a little bit more ornate as well. So we're about ready to go into that here in a second. I just wanted to try to see if I could get that to work real quick first, and it looks like it did. So we'll grab the dome. Let's delete, modify, freeze transformation on that, and then we're gonna call this Bandit Village Dome. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, that looks real good.
Yeah, the beveled edge looks pretty cool.
Yep. Nice. And so then we can have a separate material right here that'll be like a metal or something, or we can even make these beveled edges of material that's metal or whatever else. And the inside can be like a red color or blue color if that's what we wanted this to be for the old world. And then we grab the dome. And we make that 10 by 10 by 10. And we take this concrete. Yeah, look at that. That's what I'm talking about. That's some hot potatoes right there. Go to props, and then we grab the Brazier Blue. Yeah, boy. We're not gonna use that for this one. I think we would have something different, but you know, it allows me to get away with it. So,
so what do you want to have there inside the dome?
that's the next part. So that's what we need to work on now. We have a good idea of what the dome looks like and how it's going to function, right? And ideally, we were talking about this last night. The rain comes down, you know, and we were thinking maybe the rain fills that. I think that's one way that we could do it. It would also be kind of cool to have like little scoops over here that come down and the rain comes down. But again, then we converted and we shifted and said, okay, well, no, it's got these big, huge pumps that it's pulling water in from. And I like that idea better. I think that makes more sense. And now if we move this over, let's say we grab these two bad boys and we move them over here. The reason why we made the other one bigger is because otherwise it looks like a pair of boobs, you know? And that's what they call the stuff in San Diego. They're like, oh, the boobs. So having one a little bit bigger makes that better, I think. But we do run into like what you were saying, like the size of it is just the sheer mass size of it is so huge, you know. And it does take up a considerable amount of structure. I do like the sight line. Like you come over here and you see stuff like a little, you know, like a thing on top of the site. And maybe you don't see it there, but if maybe I come up here in the tower, I see it, you know. Or if I walk through the tunnels, I would start to see some, like there would be, you know, a structure there kind of blocking it. And you're like, okay, cool. And we get over here, we'll make this kind of interesting. I think this is a nice sight line, but again, it is a little too big. So maybe we keep it like just like what you were kind of saying, maybe just like a little bit bigger. So instead of like almost double the size, we'll go like 12. And so, but I mean, say again, it still looks like tits, man. maybe 15. I don't know. It's got to be enough to where it doesn't look like it's a boob. That's all. I don't want to see.
No,
boobs.
it's gonna look like that no matter what size it is.
No, right now I don't look like boob. Like those don't look like boobs. But if they're evened out, it looks like boobs, bro.
Oh, just because the two are the same. Yeah, I get it.
That's what I'm saying. So like if we don't like I don't know, we gotta we'll play with height. Maybe 13 is the answer. That's boobs, bro, right there. It's boobs. Whatever. They're gonna call it boob. They're gonna call it boob facility. I'm like, yo, boob facility.
No, but like you can have 3 different sizes. Just like for example, how much do you have there? Like the biggest one.
Well, so this one is again that I think that this is a better size. Because again, we're not saying that this is like, you know, anything big. It shouldn't be bigger than the arena. Like, and that's where we were running into the problems before is this sucker, if I had it the size before, is bigger than the arena, you know? And we don't want that because I had it at what, 20? And that's
I will go like I don't know, like I will go like 100%, then I don't know, like 75, then 50. Probably that's too much difference between them.
Yeah. Well, the cool part is I actually really like that. It's cool. It looks cool, bro.
That looks kind of cool.
Right? Like, no, I don't need that. I don't need that extra added to my arena. Not right now.
Now it's going to be the boob arena.
Yeah, but we're just making boobs all over the place. Yeah, I do like that. That's kind of cool. Maybe have like things dangling down. Anyways, we're not doing that. No, I want an open arena. I don't want a closed arena. So, anyways, where I was going with it, I think we keep it very similar to what we have here, and just kind of maybe separate it out, or we add some catwalks or something like that, so that way it looks a little bit different. But yeah, okay, we'll play with it. Let's get back here. Let's work on the inside. I think that's the important part. You brought that up, and it is definitely important.
No, but you made it just making it a little bit smaller than it is. I think it's gonna look great.
Yeah, I think probably where I'll land is maybe 13. I think 13 is a pretty good number. I might go a little bit different. So, am I okay to delete these now?
Yeah.
We have the hardcore ones now.
Also, the ruins, you can like hide them there,
Yeah,
or placed,
Yeah, no, I will
so
at
they
some
don't
point.
distract you from the.
The design. So I'm thinking this is a 5.
Also, the wooden docks, I made a group so you can hide them or move them.
I think we're gonna get rid. I think we're honestly with what it's going and turning into now. We're probably gonna just get rid of them. I think wood doesn't make any sense here. Maybe. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not,
So yeah, we can just delete them so it doesn't get mixed in the.
yeah. Okay, so this is kind of the size for over here.
So we got 6, 13, and
10.
10. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I do that a lot, like copying and pasting locations.
So I'm over here, coming inland. Look at that. Oh, it looks so cool.
I mean, the player probably is not going to look at it from that perspective, but if it does, I believe that it's a little bit too heavy on the right, like the weight on the left. I mean,
Well, so you got to think there's going to be a big, huge castle over here that offsets a lot of this. Like, there's going to be a massive castle here that offsets a lot of this, and that castle is going to have a archway that comes out, and that's going to basically blow up vehicles and people as they try to traverse the ocean side.
oh yeah, the big bridge. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So there's going to be a lot of weight, and this is going to have a bridge that comes to over here and connects over here somehow. I'll be honest, I'm probably going to rework this a little bit. I think I'll bring this out and down around this area, so that way this can also be a lower level of the inner city. And then that will give me the room and the space to connect the castle with a bridge over to this area. Because I'm thinking that, he just comes out of his castle when he wants to watch the games, and he's like, okay, and he gets out of his castle, has his little chariot, and rides his chariot over here, and then he gets out, and then they sit in their pulvis up here, which allows them to watch the games, and when they're done, they back out, they go over here, and they get in their chariot, and again, it transports them back over to their castle, and they to live their life.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense for him to have an easy access.
Yeah. Right. And then I made these. These are big enough because they were smaller initially, but I wanted to have engine. What is that? What did I call it? I always forget what I named this stuff I put in the engine folder because I just kind of like throw it in there. This is my throwaway folder. I'm like, okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So I needed to be able to, like, if we're gonna do a water battle, I needed them to be able to, like bring in their ship. So I had to resize these so that way they could have a ship come through with the mast.
So you mean water battles?
Oh yeah, you didn't see? Did you see? I might not have shown it. Hold on. Let's see. Clips. Share a clip. Can I do that? I can. Okay. So I go here. I'm gonna click this.
Well, like how do you wanna like, make them work? Like, are you like going to control the boat or?
No, the boat is pre-controlled. But what will happen is everybody will spawn on the boat, and then you'll have to fight like in the other boat.
Oh, so you can jump from one boat to the other?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Here, I'll show you what it looks like. If I play, that's what it'll look like when it's filling up, and we'll have like little mouth thingies that like fills up, and then it'll fill up really quickly. And then once the arena's full, then the gates will open, and then the ships will come out, and you'll be on the ship with your partners or by yourself, whatever. And then we'll have sharks or stuff in the water, and so you'll have to like get to the other person's boat safely, so you can kill them, and then that's how you win the round. So
Nice. Mm, yeah, the only thing that concerns me is like how are the boats are going to move around. Like I know it's gonna like be pre-programmed, like
yeah,
automated, but like mm, eh,
they're gonna be 100% automated. It's not gonna be a smooth process. Like it literally just gonna go. I might even make it to where like basically they'll start and it'll go really slow, and it'll go really slow, and then they'll slowly speed up, and then they'll crash into each other. I might do it that way, and then once they've crashed into each other, then there'll be a little tiny explosion or whatever else, and they'll break apart, and there'll be wood and everything else all over the place, and then that's how you get from one side to the other. And each match will kind of be the same kind of thing when it is a boat match. And I think we make that be random. So the idea is once you in the main world, once you've gotten to the Primus, like the game is basically over. So people are gonna be like, okay, well, why do I care, right? Well, the idea is that the Primus will have different things that you can unlock, and so then you'll be able to talk to an arena manager, and you'll be able to say, hey, I want to fight a Medusa on a boat battle. And so then you can choose the style of battle, so you choose boat battle, and then you can choose the monster that you fight, or the number of people that you fight. And so it's basically like an arena controller where you basically get to pick all your things that you want to do, and you can go have fun with it from there. So that's like the end game concept is, you're going around and unlocking things, so that way when you go to your arena manager, you can say, I want to do this crazy thing, and then the arena manager is like, okay, and then it sets it up, and then it makes it happen.
yeah, that sounds cool. About the boats, I was thinking like, imagine the boats having like this predetermined kind of like spline
Correct.
path,
Yeah.
and like making like some kind of like circles, so the boats get away from each other at one point, and then they meet each other at another point. So like during those intervals, like players can jump into the opponent's boat or stay in their own.
That's possible. I think that's not a bad idea. I think there's some nuance that we're gonna have to deal with and see what that looks like. But yeah, I think that's definitely possible.
And then you can combine that with the idea of like breaking the boat and having like chunks floating, so you need to kind of like platform, like a platformer, kind of jump from one piece to the other.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so do we make this bigger or smaller? I think we make it bigger, and not by much. So maybe one person bigger, so that's 210. Maybe two people bigger, three is normally what we do. So let's do 230. And again, this has got to be 100 because it's a stupid sphere that matters. It's big. And then let's say that this is gonna be 4 people high, but we'll also go a little bit deeper. So we'll say 4 people high, 3 people deep. That gives me a total of 6 if I wanted to get froggy. Okay. Now this is where we need to figure out. Let's do Control G. Let me rename this to roof app. That way I can hide this.
Because that gives the possibility for the water boat arena to like have different possibilities.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean that's doable. It's definitely doable. I mean I don't know what the end state looks like for that, but yeah, we'll definitely have to play with it because I'm curious to see what that plays out like. you know. Okay. So then let's figure out what the inside looks like. If I need to make another one so that way I can have it. I should probably make that and make it a reference so that because I'm gonna have to do this so many times.
Like even jumping on the opponent's boat and being able to damage the opponent boat to break it faster, that could be interesting. Now we are making Sea of Pirates.
Right? Like we're here trying to make some crazy stuff going on. We need this to be 8, right? We said 8 is our number of divisions. And then let's reduce this down. Yeah, okay, cool. And then I will create a new layer from this, turn that into that. So that way I have a good idea. Okay, so if we do that as 8, then that means the number of pieces was... Crap. Forgot. 360 divided by 2, which is 180. Okay, so this needs to be 180. Ugh. Yeah, I forgot. You got to do it. You got to do it before. Can't do it when you're in the middle of it. What did we say? 230? We said 230, and that was a rotation of 90. And the size, or the number of bets is 180. And that should, at 180, I should have, okay, it's definitely not 180. Okay, so 360 divided by 8. That's 45, right? What did I do it on? Was it 160? Oh, it was 160. There you go. There you go. Okay, I had a brain fart for a second. Now I got it. Okay, and we said this is gonna be 5 high, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we said it was gonna be 3 low. So 1, 2. Okay, so 5 high, 3 low. Now we need to kind of figure out what the inside's gonna look like, right? And what's gonna be happening on the inside. Yeah, no worries, man. You're fine. Appreciate it. Appreciate you at least stopping in to say hi. I got Danilo keeping me company tonight. He's in here telling me how to use Maya. You know, he's using his university skills to fix my Maya problems that, you know, you learn from being self-taught. Okay, so let's just riff. What if we said originally the idea is that like there would be like a vat or something inside here where the water would be stored. I still kind of like that idea, and then maybe having pipes and everything else kind of go out. But the point of this is that this is a facility, and on the inside is the engine, and that's how the distilling happens.
It's kind of funny to have like a you know, like a bath on a water treatment facility. Is like, dude, like they're bathing on like the clean water for the people.
Well, so it depends on how you look at it. So I was watching a video, when was it? Like 2 days ago, I was watching a video about how like this ancient city was so smart. They basically they cut off all the water for the river. They dammed it. They sent it down its own little river down this path. And then what they did is they basically had all of the cold water coming through into like 16 different ponds and 16 different fountains, which made the whole castle like really cool. And then
you're talking about the castle that has like this fountain that says the hour and stuff?
Yes. So, and they did that, and then towards the end was the bathhouse, where they basically had the water coming and it was getting heated, and then after it was heated, that water was collected and then sent back all the way to the guardhouse, and then that was how the guards got their water. So, yeah, super kind of cool concept. And again, this was we're talking like this is, 200, 300, 400. I don't remember how many years ago, but it was a long time ago. And they had planned this all out and had this all set up, And I was like, damn.
Yeah, I think I saw that
that's
YouTube
cool.
video. It's super cool stuff.
Yeah.
They had like gardens all over the place.
Yeah, yep. So that's what inspired the thought process, is like, okay, well, if they did something cool like that, maybe we can do something similar. I don't know. Let's rift. That's the best way to do this, is to kind of throw out some ideas and see what sticks, So let's do that. Let's do that real quick and then see what we like. Now, if we say they can access the bottom of it, right? And that's how the sewers are connected. And so I'm thinking of something like, they can basically come down here, and then inside would be like a little engine room or whatever that's processing the water as it's coming through. But then I need to think about how this looks. So when we talked about this last night with me and Stormy, this one is your these are the pumps that are pulling all the water into this system, and these are your storage tanks, right? So if we keep that in mind, let me unhide everything, because I have some stuff hidden.
It will be nice to have like a spiral stair going down, and the center will be like the bath.
Yeah, well, see, I think I'm gonna move away from bath concept. I think that's what I'm leaning towards. Suddenly the ruins become the remnants of a water park, aka Disneyland, but water. Yeah, correct. I think that was what Danilo was saying earlier, was like we were talking about having a ruins, and now we have like a bathhouse where Romans are like, taking their bath, and then it's a water treatment facility, so all the bathing is, basically they're taking their nice clean water from the water treatment facility and sending it down the pipeline to everybody else, and be like, hey, get fucked. Okay, so if I do this correctly, right, we're saying that these little silos are the engines that process this water, right? And if that's true, then what that means is I'm thinking that these, instead of, like, we can have these pumps and everything else, but instead of it being something like, I think these should be cylinders. Honestly, it would be different. Old bankrupt water park. Not sure if I think of a game that would have a restoration like that. No, we're not doing that. No, we're not having a fucking bankrupt water park that they moved into. No. like it's Coney Island. What is that movie? Zoolander? No, not Zoolander. Damn it. What is it called? Zombieland or Zombie World or whatever. Oh man, it's gonna.
Oh, that was cool. Yeah.
Where they were in the theme park. No, we're not doing mermaids. Get out of here, Stormy. Oh my god. Talk about feature creep over here. I don't even have any other monsters than goblins in. Now you're trying to add in mermaids.
With two tails, like Starbucks.
I think there's some hidden meanings in those. I gotta be careful.
Yeah. I saw some videos about it yesterday.
I'm not trying to get myself in trouble. Evil villain lair with Shark Tank. I mean, I'm okay with that. Like, maybe that is the boss. He's like down. That would actually be a funny way to, go back to my history of how I grew up. Like, there's Dr. Evil down there, and he's bald, he's got his hands and he's wearing like a little gray suit, and there's a cat there, and he's like sharks with lasers. And that's the boss you have to fight. Okay. Anyways, where I was going before we jacked all this up. Let's say we have to think like we're playing Satisfactory or some other kind of game like that, right? Because that's what real life is kind of close. Well, okay, I'm not gonna say real life, but you know, fake real life. That's kind of what that's like. So what that would mean is that would mean that we need a storage tank for Unreal, the SAC Dev layer with Shark Tank that you defeat and get access to Dev. No, stop. What is it with you in Dev Island? Jesus. We need a game first. You got to worry about the game before you start making Easter eggs. You can't do Easter eggs first. That's like the chicken becoming, yeah, the chicken going before the egg. Can't do that. Anyways, I'm thinking we need some pipes, right? So this would be a storage kind of facility or a storage vat, where the water that's been pumped in is stored for processing. And then these units here process them. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
But like, is this water treatment facility like, does it like pushes the dirty water out to the ocean, or gets
no, it's pulling it
from the ocean?
Yeah, it's pulling it from the ocean. So that's why this goes down. I think this is again, it's a storage tank, right? This basically pulls through filter, because it needs a filter. Through a filter system, it pulls water in. Be back in 5 hours, or I don't think I will be here in 5 hours. I don't know if I'm gonna do a 5-hour stream like I did last night. It's already 1 a.m., bro. Like, I think I got another hour, and then I've been doing 3 hours, so I might do 2 more hours. I don't know. We'll see. That gives me again 3 a.m. and I was tired as shit today at work. I was very tired. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Let me pull this over. So what I'm thinking is that the system basically silos down into the water. Let me grab this and save this as Bandit 1, because that is this right here. Why didn't that change that? Oh, you made your own. Damn it. You separated everything out, didn't you? Yeah.
Yours is still there. Yeah.
No, I know, but it's separated out.
You can hide those pieces, and there should be one that is the Bandit Village number 1.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
Bandit Village 2.
Well, that's my model, but there's nothing with Bandage Village 1. It should have been the original. It's fine. I'm not sure.
Oh, you modified it. Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah, you imported a new version and overwrote the file.
Maybe. No, I didn't. It's still there. It's right here. Oh no, fuck you. Wait, you separated everything out, which is fine. I have no problems with that.
But separating things does not overwrite the original. I made a copy too.
Correct. The original is still there. It's just not in the level, is what I'm saying. It's all good. I'm not worried. We're good. We're good. Anyways, where I was saying is what I'm looking at doing or kind of making happen is this is basically the storage tank, and we have pumps like this that pump the water from the sea into the storage tank. And then the storage tank will have water, but it's been filtered, right? So there's like a filter through the pump that basically filters all the water and puts it here. So that's its first stage of collection, is it's been filtered and made sure that there's no particulates or anything crazy in there. And then we'll have pipes that come from here and go along here and lead into the facility where it's turned into clean water. that is then usable for, you know, wherever, right? And so these pumps are always filling and they're always sending water to this facility. So this water can do whatever it needs to do to turn that into potable water and then send that to the island. And so that's why this is such a big thing, and it's pulling lots and lots of water from the ocean. We can even make a cool little vacuum like that. Like if the player gets close to it, they get sucked up, and you know, and then they die because they got, you know, sucked up into the tube or whatever. But the point should be is that that's how I think I'm seeing it work right now in my head. Is basically this would be that, and then the player can walk around if they got over here. I think this is gonna look bad because there's a bunch of hidden crap, and hidden doesn't work when you play the game. It just unhides everything, which I'd really get annoyed by. I wish that if I chose to hide it in the editor, when I'm playing in gameplay, I don't want to see it.
You will need to put it hidden in game and I think on click visible.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That's fine. So, oh, I can't land on it. Never mind. I forgot. I didn't make it that way. Okay, so here would be my walkable, and I could walk around on this edge, and then I'm thinking of having a catwalk across that gets you to the center. So this looks more like a traditional water facility part here. And I think, again, having the tubes and the pipes come across here gives a good reason for that. And maybe we just make this a protective fence or whatever else. So that way the tubes are protected and it's just a protective fence. And then the tubes come in here and then go into the main facility. So then inside here in the bottom part, so if we come over here in this bottom part area, this is where the tubes would feed into, and then the machinery would be down there, and the machinery is what's processing the water and cleansing the water and making sure everything is good to go. And then that sends the water out through a potable pipe, which is much smaller because it needs to be pressurized and get to where it needs to go. And then that basically feeds the island, you know? And so we have two tubes with two systems. I think this bigger one is meant to fuel like this major city. And so that's where we would have like the sewer system kind of maybe following the pipe way that goes and feeds the major city. And then this one over here maybe feeds the smaller stuff over here. And then this small little tiny control unit feeds the dungeon. And then we can even
But the dungeon, dude, like, is it like... The question is like, who financed the dungeon?
The old
Was
king.
it there?
So the boss inside the dungeon that you fight is the old king. When this island was first established and being developed, right? And let's say that's 100 years ago or 200 years ago. I don't know what the number is yet, but is a long time ago, right? When he was first doing that, he lived in this castle and he was the emperor king of this island, whatever you want to call it. And he basically started researching, like, I think they were doing a mining project or whatever. And during that mining project, that's when these mines first got developed. They found the aether crystals, and then they started using the aether crystals to, experiment, because they realized that they could get energy from the aether crystals. Because that's basically their version of energy is aether crystals. They break it down into dust and then they use that to consume that, and that's how they get their energy. And so he was messing with it, and in the process of messing with it, he realized that he could actually what's the word I'm looking for? He could actually extend human life by mixing the aether crystals with some other things and doing some stuff. But obviously that's not a very, well-liked thing. So what he did is the mines are right here, right? And so he built his facility. This is it's not a dungeon. It's really a facility, but we're calling it a dungeon because that's the traditional term for it, right? But he built his facility next to the mines. So basically what happens is they mine all the aether, and then they're going to put it on a track and send it to this portion of the mines, the dungeon. And what this is this basically takes the crystals. That's what this door is for. They basically back in. They drop all the crystals down here into this grinder, and this grinder grinds it up into a dust. And then this sucks all the dust up in, and then sends it to the power facility so that he can use this into the cryo chambers. And then over here is where we're going to have the cryo chamber generator. So basically, they take the dead bones. What they do is they have a bunch of volunteers. They come in this room. This room is where you get killed, whoever the volunteers were, or the voluntolds. It's basically a gas chamber. You get killed. The dead body, like the big huge guy that's going to be running around here, he takes the dead bodies, throws them on a conveyor belt. The conveyor belt brings it over here and drops it into this room. They take the dead bodies, put them on this little laser system, and it basically takes the aether and infuses the aether into the skeletons. They then get put inside of the cryo chamber, and then in here is going to be a massive cryo chamber room of all of the skeletons. And that's actually what spawns these like little rails, are how the cryo chambers are brought in. So the rails will be connected to here, and that's how he was. And so long story short, the king was basically extending life and doing some things that he wasn't supposed to be doing. They realized this and they locked him in his tomb. Yeah, correct. He built the facility to refine it into glitter, so that way he could make his Twilight skeletons. Correct. So they locked him in the tomb, and that's like what you don't know you're doing is you're basically undoing the locks that they had put in place to lock this facility down. And so that's why you go through the two sides. You're turning on the facility again, and then his door becomes unlocked, and then you can come and fight him. And that's the skeleton king that you fight. This is the old king from a long time ago. And once you defeat him, then this door will unlock, and you'll be able to go and see all of the mines, and you'll be able to like go down into the mine area and everything else. And so that's kind of the lore behind that. So anyways, what we were riffing on yesterday is this facility needed cooling, and so this is advantageous to build this system to help with the cooling problem.
Okay.
So I think that's how we'll work it. And I think what I'll do is this little pump right here basically is one of the things that like you have to be able to get inside, you got to come over and activate this pump. And so this is an independent system. It's a mini version of this, super mini version of that. And so to get this to work, you'll basically have to come and activate this pump. And then that will allow you, that's the first step to get inside of the system. Instead of having, a little plate here and a little activation stone, basically you got to come over here, get this pump to work. And once this pump is working, then this door is turned on. And then you can come inside the facility. And then once you come inside the facility, that's where you're going through and doing all this stuff in the dungeon and kind of working through that piece. And all so right. With that in mind, the ruins become not a ruin anymore. And this basically needs to become a facility. I think that's where we're going with this, right? And with this being a facility, we need it to kind of we need to think about what that looks like. And I'm thinking we have, so I like this. I want to riff on this idea right here, but maybe we don't have a temple here. I don't know if we do or we don't, or maybe it's smaller. You know what I mean? Like it can be something similar to like this, but maybe it's smaller like this. And it's right here, and there's like little prey areas on the outside, and so we can still have a temple here, but it's not like this big huge thing like this.
Yeah, well, I don't know about the temple now that
Well, again, originally the temple's purpose was to hide the castle and create a point of interest between. Because what we wanted is, I'll play it again. That way I can kind of show you. It's easier to visualize it.
But now you have the super huge big dome.
The big tits. Now I got the big tits. So those will distract the player. But ideally the problem is right, we're trying to think about Zelda and Zelda logic. Because I think they had a really good system of how they put things in place, right? They show you a point of interest in the distance and you're like, oh damn, that's cool. So one of the things that happens is we leave this main city, right? I finished my quest. I have done my little battle and I walk out of here and I have a little icon that tells me to come and save the game. So I save the game and then I've got some stuff over here and I got some stuff over here. And you know, if I really think about it, as I come out of this little area, what I'm gonna look for is I'm gonna see the first things that are kind of here. I'm gonna see this wall and this kind of buildings. I probably am gonna be bored by that, but over here I see an exit, right? And I see 2 guard towers. So that's gonna kind of detract me over, and the thought process is that'll pull me over in this direction. And now I've got a bridge, and as I come through the bridge, you know, I see this river, and then I can see, oh, there's a really cool lighthouse over there. There's some stuff over there. There's a big thing. And then we'll have like a little sign or a postage that says, you know, where the places are to go. And you'll have a marker that shows you to go to the dungeon. So most players will probably try to go to the dungeon because they're not going to, I mean, they might not, who knows, but we're going to try to incentivize them to go to the dungeon. So they'll go on the dungeon path. There'll be some stuff to do on the dungeon path. So it's not just a walk fest. There's a couple of POIs on the way that are super simple and easy. But as you're coming over here, I'm intentionally using the forest to block out the castle. So I shouldn't see the castle. And now as I'm coming here, I should start to see that facility, which I do. And this was the original reason for the temple, was to block out the castle, because if I see that castle, I'm gonna beeline to the castle. And I'm supposed to be going to the dungeon. So maybe I come here to the temple.
But do you want the players to go to the dungeon at the beginning?
Yeah, they're supposed, that's like, no, you're correct. Ideally, the players should not go to the dungeon right away. They might try and die, and I'm okay with that, because then they realize I'm too weak, I can't handle this, right? So then they should come back over here, because this is where they're going to grind to get some of their skills, or not skills, but weapons. So this is really where I foresee the player coming over to this area and having to fight and interact to get some of their stuff done. And they might get lost here because there's some stupid little quests or whatever else, but ideally they should be fighting bandits in this area to gain weapons and get a little bit better armor, so then they can take on the skeletons inside of the dungeon. So they'll spend a little bit of time here and going through this facility, and maybe they learn the lore of the facility, or they, you know, they kill enough bandits and then they fight the mini boss, who is easy because he's, you know, here. And so once they fight the mini boss in this area and they've searched and done around and got themselves a good set of potions, maybe found some good armor, then they can come and take on the dungeon. And that's kind of the idea, is the separation of that. Now they may not go to that at all, but that was, again, the point of the temple, was to kind of act as a block between there.
Yeah, I wouldn't send people to the dungeon. I will keep that quest a little bit hidden, like, because
we gotta send them to the dungeon. What do you mean keep it hidden? Like, they're not gonna know what else to do.
You can make a progression, a couple of quests that like are a chain. So you go first to the lighthouse, then you do something else, you go to the lumber mill, stuff like that, so people don't go straight to the dungeon and be like, dude, this is too hard to deal with, I don't have the gear.
Exactly. That's just, so it's just like Elden Ring, right? The first boss in Elden Ring, I don't know if you played Elden Ring or not, but the first boss, unless you are super good at the game and can do perfect parries, you can't defeat the first boss. You have to go and do gear. So you're gonna go try and defeat the boss because they show you directly where to go, and then you go fight him, and then you realize I am way under geared for this. So then you're like, okay, well, I guess I'll go kill some things I can kill, and then you go kill some things you can kill, you get gear, and then you come back, and then you can easily take care of the boss. And that's the Elden Ring loop. Is it shows you a bunch of stuff in the zone, and then it says, okay, here's a couple of bosses, and if you want to fight them, go ahead, try. If you die, that's your fault. But you should go level up and gain new gear, so that way you can go and defeat them. And I want to stick to that same kind of logic. Here's your objective, which is the the dungeon. Here's all this open world for you to explore. Go and do whatever you need to do, so that way you can go and take on the dungeon. Because I don't want them to like, technically this temple, or not temple, lighthouse, this is like the last thing they should do, technically, because that unlocks the ability for ships to come into the harbor, right? So really, even though we're gonna have it available for them to do, this is really like actual release game content. This is not meant for the demo, because what it's gonna do is it's gonna unlock, ships coming into the harbor, which then allows you to leave this island and go to other islands that we're going to have in the game. So, lighthouse is not a really good one. The lumber mill would be a good quest. I think that's a good quest. And for the actual game, another good concept is, right, let's say I don't want to go to the dungeon. I don't do the dungeon, but I want to come to my second arena and I want to win my second arena. Well, you can't win the second arena because it's going to be exponentially harder than the first arena unless you gear up. And so that's kind of the same loop logic. You'll come to the second arena, you'll fight this guy, and he's basically going to destroy you, and you're going to be like, what the hell, man? And because you have to win this arena to progress.
But how many arenas are there going to be for
8.
the demo?
Oh, for the demo, there's only going to be 1. So you won't be able. You can come into this town. For the demo, you'll be able to come into this town. That's why you built it. Is you'll be able to come into this town. You have to tease them, right? That's the whole idea behind the demo. If I make everything playable, then they're not going to want to play the real game. So here, they'll be able to come in this town. They'll see a bunch of merchants. They'll see NPCs walking around. They'll see people who are selling things, and they won't be able to afford it, unless they go do, like, let's say they played 100 hours of the demo. Maybe they could afford it, but they won't be able to afford whatever is here. And then they can come over to the arena, but this arena won't be available for actually starting. Like, we'll say, there's preparation or there's building or something's happening in the demo. So you won't be able to actually do this arena in the demo, but you'll see that it's there, and it lets you know that this is the next arena that I can do out of the demo.
But where are you trying to place 8 arenas?
Oh, so hold on. I've showed you this. You have the picture, man. You don't look at the picture. So you have Arena 1 is there. So you have Arena 1, which is the very first one. That's your villa. Arena 2 is over there. Arena 3 is going to be over in here. Damn, it's so hard to fly. Let me just get out of fly mode. That way I'm not wasting my time flying. Arena 3 is going to be right here in the lower village. And then Arena 4 is going to be over here in the Farmville. Arena 5, this is a monster arena, quote unquote. So basically this arena is all monsters. It doesn't have an actual champion, but you have to beat a couple of them before you can progress. And then Arena 6 and 7 are going to be somewhere placed inside the major city. And each arena has a different level of a person that you're fighting. So that's the whole progression point, right? And you have a harder champion. My Brutus guy here, who's my champion at this arena, he's not hard, but he's difficult because he has a lot of HP and he hits really hard. But he's not gonna do anything super crazy. Whereas in the next arena, now I have super hard opponents that are, at the level 2 or level 3 difficulty. Arena 4 would be, level 5 and 6, Arena 7, and so forth. So that way, when you get to the final Primus, these people have like 700 health and do 100 points of damage. So that's the whole point of the progression system is I'm fighting monsters in the world, gaining gear, getting what I need, so that way when I finally make it to the Primus, I can take over and be the Prime Manager.
All right. So are we gonna have an arena in the sewers?
Yes, we can have. So the sewers has multiple purposes, and I know you developed them out already, and that's good because we'll have a good base setup. But the sewers has multiple purposes. It's not just meant for the arena. Like that's like something that's there, right? Hold on, let me turn off my crap.
Because for now, like visually like available, we only have 2 arenas, right?
You technically only are gonna have one. You have this one. That's it. This one you can see it, but you can't do it, right? So that's 2. And then 3 should technically be on the other side over there. Now I don't know if you want to consider this an arena. Originally, what happened here is you fight bandits, and after you kill X amount of bandits, the boss comes out and is like, let's go. So you could call that arena if you wanted, but that doesn't help you with progression. It's just a world event. That's all that is, right? For the sewers, again, you've done a good job of creating a tunnel and a path, but we're gonna have some differences here that we're gonna have to add in because it's all kind of basic in the sense that, you know, this is the structure. It needs to have some upward and downward and some other things, and we need catacombs in between for facilities. So that way, as I'm progressing, I can't get through certain things. So for example, if I come in the sewers here, right, which is great and everything else, not all of this should be accessible. And I have this big, huge tube, and it shouldn't be a big, huge tube. There's gonna have to be some windiness, and there's gonna be a room in between this that maybe something has to happen, or I have to kill something, or I have to unlock something or do something, so that way that portion opens up. And it won't be available. Like, I think in the demo, we should allow them to get inside here and experience like the first little parts of this. But again, there's a locked door that stops me from moving any further, or there's something that's broken. I don't know what we'll do for the logic, but I'm not able to get deep into the sewer system because we don't want that for the full demo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We want to show them, hey, this is the logic behind this, and there's really cool stuff in here. But we don't want to give them the whole thing because, again, that just amplifies how much time we have to dev on this. And
the sewers by themselves, like,
it's gonna be a lot.
Yeah, they're gonna take a lot of work.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, having a sewer boss would be awesome. I think having like a pit monster that's been, you know, sitting in the sewers and sucking up all the gunk and nastiness, and like he has some really cool spells, and you know, I think that would be really cool to have. I don't know if that would necessarily be a requirement. Like I said, nobody's gonna tell you, hey, go defeat the sewer boss for you to progress. I think this is just an extra boss. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to go down and you want to do the cool boss, and that's what Elden Ring has too, is it has a bunch of bosses that you don't ever have to fight. But if you do fight them, you know, then either A, some really cool like transmog weapons show up, or B, you know, you can say that you beat this super cool hard boss, and that's a you know, bragging point. And that's what a lot of people like about the Souls-like games is, you know, you're interacting and fighting bosses and doing that, and that's what we want to do with that. I think the Breath of the Wild version is the puzzle stuff, you know, like how do I, just like our dungeon, how do I survive this, right? There's a timer for this level right here. You get in and you trigger this trigger, and then the door automatically shuts. After the door shuts behind you, now you have a timer where the gas is filling the room, and you've got to get from here to the other side of the room. And so now you have some traversal stuff that you have to do while the timer is ticking, or you're gonna die in the room, you know? And if you die in this room, you technically are probably gonna lose your stuff because you drop everything, so you're not gonna be able to get it back. So dying in this room is probably a really bad thing. I haven't figured out how I want to work that yet because I think that might piss off some players. But you're not gonna get your gold back if you die in this room, because again, like I die here, right? Now all my gold is gonna drop down into the gas chamber, and if I jump down into that gas chamber, I'm gonna die. So we're gonna have to figure out what that looks like. I don't know yet. But anyways, the point is this is the Breath of the Wild version of the game, where I'm traversing the dungeon and interacting with the dungeon and doing things that, you know, are not just boss based. but I'm unlocking things and trying to solve puzzles and figure out what happens and avoiding traps, and that's what this is all about. And then when I've done that, I'm rewarded with a boss battle where I fight, the boss. And there's similar concepts from the boss, like, the spawning of skeletons on rails, that's over here. The gas chamber, that's over here. So this gives you, like, all the stuff that happened in this dungeon is now part of the boss fight. And so that's the cool part about that, is now we've also rewarded you in your exploration and your learning with having a boss battle to prove that you know how to do what it is that you're supposed to do. Anyways, so there's gonna be a lot to do with the sewers. I think, again, making the sewers like a small accessible thing would probably be a cool thing. And then for the demo, I do want to have some hidden stuff. That's the reason why this exists. Nobody, unless they try to go around the mountain. I've seen you've gotten lost several times. You're like, where's that damn little guy at? And it's always on this side of the mountain. But again, unless a player kind of explores, if they just stick to the main world, they may through their playthrough never find this boss, and they may never fight him. And then they see a video or one of their friends talks about how they fought this boss, and then they're like, what? There's another boss? And then they log in the game to go fight that new boss that they didn't know about. And that's what the environment that I want to create is. There's lots of things and lots of places to go and see and interact with that you're not going to know unless you explore. And so we reward you for exploring.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, so I got another 11 minutes at the very least. We might go past a little bit, but let's see if I can knock something out real quick. So anyways, as we were kind of got sidetracked, which is good because it was good to talk about it. And then again, if you have any suggestions or thoughts on how we can make that better, please feel free to let me know. Let's say this is a container. And as we kind of talked about, maybe with this being a container, how many? Let me see if I can go in. So let's say the walkway is 3. And so this would be kind of the container with the walkway. And I think this walkway is what protects the tubes. Center pivot. That's kind of what I'm thinking now that we talked about it. And so we would have these tubes be over here and down here. Pulling into, and maybe I'll make it to where they're kind of all around. Maybe we got 3 over here, and then we got 3 over here, so that way you got a couple different tubes coming in, so it's always able to pull in. And so then that pulls the water in, and then we have tubes that come this way, or maybe we have one big tube. I guess maybe what do you think? We have one big tube that comes into the little facility. I think we need to grab this, and I need to create a group from that. We're gonna call this facility pump. Okay. And then let's duplicate that, so that way I can hide that one, and then I can cheat this. Bring this over here. And so then the player can come inside this facility pump room, and see that stuff. And that's probably where I would link the sewer as well on the backside. So the sewer would be somewhere over here. And I'm thinking we have like the pump be here. The question is, do we do 2 smaller pumps? And if we do 2 smaller pumps, I could have it like come inside the room and then 1 pump comes here and 1 pump goes there. And then we could have like two filter engines inside. So it's like filtering them. I don't know. I have to think of it like engineering wise. Because 1 pump might be too much for this to handle. And then what if they need to do maintenance, you know? So like, I think we need to make it smaller. And then we can have it be reinforced. And I can make catwalks on either side because I've got room to do that. Center.
Sorry for the noises.
Huh?
No, I'm making some noises. I'm
Oh, you're good.
eating some food.
I might just stay up all night. F it. Stay up all night. Be super torched for tomorrow. Boss will be like, why are you so not with it, Sean? Like, I stayed up too long last night. Don't hate me. I'm like, okay. So what if we did something like this?
No, not a good idea too.
It never is. It never is. That's why I need to. My goal is to. Actually, I love my job, by the way. Like, in case anybody at my boss or work ever sees this, I do absolutely love my job. But that being said, I love GameDev more. So ideally, one day, after I have reached the top of the corporate ladder and done everything that I can do to make myself feel like I'm a cool person in the corporate world, ideally, I want to, have my own studio. I want to make games. I want that to be my daily job. Just want to make games. Do art. Be cool like that. Be like, hey man, I make art for video games. Yeah, you know that game about Gladiator? Yeah, I made it. That's me. Okay, so we say that. Go ahead, sorry, I'm listening.
It's time to sell in-game cosmetics.
I'm not doing that. No. Never. I can't sell my soul.
You can get a fox.
Right? Yeah, exactly. You'd be like, yeah.
Get a fox suit.
We got fox plushies, bro. I'd be like, what? Don't question it. Okay.
So, what happened with the Fox game? Like, did you update it? The IO, the HIO?
I have not. I need to. My My friend was asking me the same thing. He was like, "What were you? I thought you were gonna release it." And I'm like, "I do want to release it, but it's gonna take time away from the Gladiator game because I have to basically redo the entire level, you know, to match the new thing." I don't know. I don't have a good answer. I think that if we were to work on it, it would be awesome. I think that that would, you know, have some really good benefits. The question is, I don't need this. I'm gonna delete this, by the way. The question is what do, dude, apply for all? You know, what effort do I want to put in there? And I think, I don't remember if it was you or somebody else. They were like, what if you made it multiplayer and it's like cops versus robbers type thing? I was like, damn,
No,
dude,
that was Ninja.
that's such a fucking good idea, you know? And I was like, but then I've never made a multiplayer game before. So now we're looking at me trying to code multiplayer logic and
No, I think the concept is cool. Like, and I think that if you like updated the project, you should just probably release it on each IO, the latest version that you got at the moment, and just let it there for now.
yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking, right? So we put this facility in here. And basically, this is kind of like the tower system. This will move some of this over, obviously. So we would move that over here. And basically, I would have, let me change this up. I gotta make this work. Cause that way I can run on it. Collision, there we go, save. Same for this one. Stopping in really quick before I go to bed. Map's looking sweet. Keep up the excellent work for you and your team. God bless. Thanks, Paul. I was watching your stream earlier, by the way. Super cool. You're always doing work. I don't know how you do C++, man. And then you also model and everything. Oh my god. But my reason why it's hard for me to get on your stream is you stream during my working hours, and I can't really justify with my boss why I'm watching YouTube. Be like, hey, I'm watching YouTube. Okay, just I'm interacting with people on YouTube. Be like, get off YouTube. So, anyways, so this would be a catwalk, I think, is what I would make this right here. This is like a catwalk. Maybe there's stairs to get up on here, but this would be a catwalk, so that way they could do maintenance on the tube. Tube is right here, and then I think that, you know, I probably wouldn't even. Maybe we can make it to where there's a catwalk down here too, and this is where some bandits stay underneath, you know, like they are underneath the main tube or whatever, and there's like support beams that come down here to keep it up where it's at. That might be kind of cool too. And then, you know, this goes into the water, and so we'd have water level there. But ideally, the point is this is a tube of water that's been collected. And so the water is being grabbed from down here and then brought into here. And we'll make this, you know, with simulation, we'll make this come up all the way to here. And so this is how the center is being fueled. Did it crash? It crashed, dude. 5.5.2 has some problems. 5.5.2 has some problems. It'd be crashing on me, bro. Have you run into any crashes?
Not yet.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe this is my computer telling me I need a 5090. U object base utility get stat ID operator sync engine source blue trap core U object public U object base utility F scope cycle count UDID object. Where's this going? Runtime core update publics service tools stat engine common Level tick. So something's happening on the level tick that's causing a crash. Interesting. Okay. Well,
Oh, it might be the flying thing.
maybe, but I mean, flying should it never caused crashes before.
I had crashes flying with the character.
Yeah. Maybe it could be. We're definitely cheating that in. Okay, well, anyways, I think this is a good concept. I like this. I think I need to just make the pumps, and then from the pumps, I'll get those set up, and then I'll get this set up, and we'll have a good movement forward. I do like this. I think what we can do here is we might be able to... What if I did something like this? What if we used fluid flux and we showed off the level of water that was currently processed? So I could use fluid flux to show the level of liquid that it was being currently processed. And as you processed more liquid, the tube would become more full, right? So maybe we can have like a tube that comes here, and then the water is inside here, and we like it's like enclosed, obviously. So you can't get to it, you know. But this would show the water level, and then as you know it got like used or whatever else, that would get expended. What do you think about that? No thoughts? Got it. Quiet. Okay. Oh. There we go. Let me turn grid off. Not 70. We want 90. We'll make this architecture look prettier. I'm just trying to get a structure in here. Okay, so something like that. I probably have to have a little bit more structure on the other side too. But let's take a look and see what that looks like. And it. Oh, that's right. It crashed. But it's not open right now. Son of the biscuits. Okay, what time is it right now? It's currently almost 2 a.m. I'm gonna check this last little section out, and then I'll probably lock out, and then you know, we'll stream again tomorrow. My schedule is gonna be a little bit hectic because I am got some trips that I'm gonna be taking in the next couple of weeks, so my streaming schedule will be questionable, but nothing I can do about it. Okay, let's go check out the main level real quick. I wonder if nothing there got saved. Kind of upset me. Guess we'll find out. Let's go see what happened. Yep, nothing got saved. Cool. I'm gonna get rid of all that. I'm gonna get rid of, we're gonna switch this over to, oh no, we're gonna get rid of that too. Yep. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's a lot of actors there. All right, I'm gonna save all because I need to save what I just did. There we go. And then we're gonna bring in the Bandit Actor 2. We're gonna give this a concrete. And then we're gonna set this to 10. There. And then we're gonna kind of put it right here. And then we're gonna bring it up just a little bit. Yep. And then we're going to set this to, we need to go to tags and then do flux hide. Okay, and we go to water. And I go to flux.
Maybe the two tubes going into the water could be lower.
Well, these aren't going into the water. These are transiting into this station, right? And then this is the tank. This is the storage tank. So what we'll do here is, I think I'll have like maybe 3 on each side is what I was thinking, like of tubes that come into the water, and then they bring it into this section right here. And so this is going to be filled all the way to the top instead of being here. It's going to be filled all the way to the top, and this is what's feeding the water to the engine room here. And then I was talking about this earlier. I think it'd be cool, and I like this, where basically we have this catwalk, and then maybe we can have this down here where, you know, people, this is where some of the bandits are, is this under level, you know.
Yeah, I was here listening, but I mean, like, do you think having them so high makes sense?
You have to have a lot of water stored, right? So that's why they're so high. It's because of the amount of water that they're storing. We can reduce that. I'm not saying we can't, but the reason why I have it so high is because we're storing lots of water. If we,
But the water gets stored on the almost underneath the dome, or
no, that's the engine facility room. So this is your storage for, basically you have two phases, right? Let me save this over real quick. So I'll push this out. Yeah, it's disgusting. There we go. Come on. You have 2 phases. We have the phase of storage. Yeah, so this is lower. And I actually kind of technically like that, by the way, just so you know. So I guess we'll stick with that too. But now the problem with this is now, like, we don't have any room to come underneath, I guess. Or maybe we can make a double catwalk system. That might be interesting too. I don't know. But
yeah, definitely.
Either way, or maybe we can make this, I can make this separate from all of this, and then I can say not a flux hide from here, so that way flux will come up and crash up against this. But won't get inside here, so then we won't have any inside here, and then we can have a flat base here. Anyways, the point is that this is the tube that fills all the stuff. That's your stuff. I'm okay with this being here, but this is where all of your filtered seawater should get stored. And so if we looked at that picture that we saw before that we were talking about when we were doing earlier, right? They have a storage for all the water that's being processed. And then as it gets processed out of the plant or desalinized or whatever it's called, then that gets sent somewhere else. So we have to have multiple storage tanks for that. And I think that if we make a system where we've got massive storage, like this has already been filtered from the sea, we know it's good, it just needs to be set up to be potable, then we make this big pipe that comes into this room, and then inside this room we can have the tubes go to the engine that like sets it up and creates that two-phase storage, and then that pipes it out to the sewer, but not obviously in the sewer, but next to the sewer in a line that they can then pull the water from. And then we can have another storage tank inside the sewer, right? Underneath the main area of clean water. And that way that's kind of, you know, where they pull all of their stuff from, is we send this pipeline of stuff to a reservoir. I guess that's a better word, not a sewer. So we have a reservoir that's underneath where they can pull all of their stuff from. Or if we wanted to, we can go with the traditional, method where we have an aqueduct. So maybe the reservoir is somewhere over here, right? And then that reservoir sends it through an aqueduct into the city. And they basically just have to pump it up to the reservoir. That makes sense?
All right. But are you gonna have both of them be the same size?
Yeah, well, right now, yes. Yeah, we're gonna have tits for right now. Nothing I can do about that. Oh, shit. What? I thought I grabbed them both. Yeah, and so I was thinking that we could also maybe have this as like a thingy. I don't know. I have to think about it. Right? Like what's the purpose of this area here? Maybe this is like a docking station that loads, or maybe we have like a facility in between that manage that, and that's the reservoir. Like, what if we did that? That's an interesting thought, right? So let's get rid of this. I'm definitely not going to use it as a temple anymore. What if we said, okay, this is a maybe we'll go a little bit lower so that way we can have some stairs to this area. Because verticality is important, right? And then let's...
I don't know about keeping them the same size.
We're gonna have to have tits, okay? Just deal with it. Just deal with the tits.
I like the idea of having 3 different sizes.
I do too, but then now we have a dick, bro.
But it's too spread out. Like, it doesn't really look like it.
This looks like a facility. What do you mean? This looks like a facility, right? And if I say that's what I'm trying to think about is what if I said this is my reservoir here? I like the 2 different sizes too, but why, if I'm making a facility, right? If we're talking realistic, not just aesthetics, but if I'm talking realistic, why would I have one pump be bigger and then I have a smaller pump there? Like, why? What's the reasoning behind that?
Okay, well, at least the dungeon pump is gonna be different, right?
Yeah. 100%. So here, look, let's play with it. Let's just do it. Let's agree that this is what we want, right?
Because I was thinking like just having one water pump and two different size facilities.
So now I have two sizes, but now, again, we're getting into that thing that's like the size of Jesus now. Like, look how big that is, man. I don't know. What I'm thinking is this, right? So let's say we did this, and then what if I put something here, kind of to offset it, and this is my reservoir. And then let's go here. What do we say? 30? Yeah, minus 30. Yep. Pull that down. So I'm thinking we have something like that. So that's our reservoir. And then basically these two pumps send water to that reservoir. And that's basically how we're filtering everything out and sending it across the map.
And what about the town? Like we didn't like go to the town at all.
What town?
You know the village.
Oh yeah. What size was this? 10?
Where the ruins are? Like what's going to happen there?
I don't know yet. That's what we're rifting on right now. That's what we're talking about, right? So let's say the reservoir was right there. Maybe all of this over here is the town, right? Or like it's not a town, but maybe this is like the buildings, the instruction, like this is where, you know, this is the entrance where you come in here and you talk to them and you deal with them, and maybe this is like the office building or whatever, and there's some stuff here, and over here is like, you know, a little warehouse storage unit for some stuff and supplies. And again, so maybe we can kind of industrialize this a little bit, and that's, instead of a town or a village, this is an industrial facility. And you know, the bandits have taken up there, and they're using like the warehouse as their kind of like sleep place. So then we don't only have to weather a certain number of buildings. We don't have to weather a bunch of them, you know? And then we can have pipes and lights and everything else and make it kind of more industrial. What do you think about that?
That sounds cool, and it fits better the buildings I made, like the Star Wars kind of looking buildings.
Yeah. Well, I still kind of want to use those. I'm thinking that, like, I don't know if we would use them there, but I'm thinking that we use the Star Wars building. I'm going to delete this, by the way, because we're definitely doing something different. Let me save.
Yeah, you can get the ruins out if you want.
No, I'm gonna leave them there for now. I'm not gonna F with it, but I'm thinking, what if we did like some of the, like, what if we did a desert? What if we extended this island portion off a little bit, and we brought it over here a little bit, and we had like a little desert kind of area, because you know there's like nothing happening. There's no water. It's super low, and we could do like a little Star Wars village over here. It's kind of like you could see the main island and stuff, or we could even do like a little island thing off from here, so you can see the main island stuff, and that's like your little Star Wars villages right there. That might be a cool little place. I don't know. We'll see, because I do like them. I don't want to not use them. I guess the question is we originally we had talked about maybe we still use them here. I think we still can use them here. That's really what we talked about. And then we modified, and then we created this design, which is the Star Wars stuff. It just doesn't have your stuff. I don't know. We'll have to look at it. Because I do have. Oh, it's not in this level. Where is it? Where is that? That's in the test arena. I think it's in the test arena level. Yeah. Okay. So it is kit bashed. Nope, it's not in the test. Where did I kit bash this? Oh, I kit bashed it in your level. Get effed.
Is that a merged version?
Yeah, this is merged. Okay.
Oh,
that's
fuck.
No, it's all good. I still have your level. I didn't get rid of your level. Wait, no, I don't want to open that. What was that? Oh, kit bash one? No, Neo Room. Save. Yeah, let me grab that real quick. Ugh, man. You're up late.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been staying late too much these days. I need to go to bed for sure.
Yeah, I know how that is. Okay, so yeah, I have it over here. Yeah, okay. This is where I actually kit bashed it like all together. I just didn't add the roof parts yet.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay, so we still have it. Okay, good. Okay. But what I'm saying is I think that this fits your kind of Star Wars. This is why we did the Star Wars theme. So it's supposed to be in that downtown area of the harbor town. That's where the Star Wars theme is supposed to be taking effect. You know what I mean? And I think my only complaint with what you had created is that they're too individualized. That's that kit that I showed you. Let me see if I can bring it up. I have it. I didn't close the, or maybe I did. I might have actually closed the thing. No, I didn't. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the kit I showed you, let me go switch my screen to display one. This kit is very similar to what you did, but it's meant to be all mashed together, right? And so when they make this town and this village, they just took all those buildings and they mashed them together and said, here you go, bam. So I think when we're designing that kit, we need to keep that in mind. Like we can have the little dome and we can have the little things and all the other stuff, but we need to make sure that we understand that these are going to be mashed together, and that's what's going to create.
Do you have these assets, or is just the images?
No, it's just the images. But again, I can design. They're not hard. I could make this kit in like 5 minutes. Like if you look at it, this is literally just a cube that comes up. It's all it is. It's a cube that comes up. This is a cube that comes up. This is a cube that has, a little angle with some arches. I could make this kit bash in maybe 2 days, right? And we can have all of these assets. But what I was trying to get across is I think that we can do what you have. We can do what you have. We just have to restructure them slightly to where they're meant to be mashed together like this. So that way you can have, one sticking next to the other, and then we'll have the little dome cap. So that way you can put the dome cap on top of one building or not on top of the other or whatever. And that's how we really need to make it to where it flows together is okay, I can affixate this one on top of this one, next to this one, on the side of that one. And then that's how we create the complexity. Whereas what we have now is very, very individualized. So I'm thinking something where this comes together, and maybe comes
by using these assets that you made the kit
No,
bash.
we're gonna use yours, but we're gonna turn them into something similar to where again it has that verticality and that mashed together sense in the same kind of idea, right? Like this is one big house. Okay, so the complexity here is how do we connect that house? And what we need to do is we need to basically say, instead of an external door, this is my connection door, right? And so then on this side, I can have another thing that says, okay, well, I have a connection door here. And what's really cool is we can actually, if we want to do this, it's not hard. We can use PCG and say, here's a connection door and here's a connection door, and let PCG figure it out. And then what it'll do is it will literally clamp the things together and create the randomness based off of the connection doors. And so
I think we need to create a kit bash version of those buildings.
I yes and no. Again, I don't want to copy pasta what they did, but I think this is a good version of that right here, right? This is a
No, I mean the Star Wars looking buildings. Make that into a kit bash.
They're kit bash. That's what I'm telling you. They're already there. That's what I showed you in the last level. It's there. So if I come here, I can literally make the Star Wars building. Not all of yours are kit bash because I haven't done all of them, but I took what you created. If I go to kit bash,
Yeah, I know this came out from that idea.
Yeah.
So now it's like bringing the ones I made into this modular using these assets.
I don't. Did I make this? Slums? That's me, right? No, that's you. I would never make a piece that's not on 0, 0, 0. Did you make it? I don't know. I gotta look and see if I made this. I saved it. It's in another level. Slums wall. Okay, no, maybe I did make this because slums wall would make sense. I might have done this. Either way, I think this is the one that I did. Why is it not on 0, 0, 0? Oh, okay, there we go. It's just rotating. Where are yours? They're on instance levels, right? So levels, and then you created a thing called instant. I don't know where instance levels are. Where do you say instant? Oh, there we go. Okay. So you call it bandit house. So let's not call it bandit house. Let's call it something else, right? For the argument's sake, right? Where I was talking about is these houses are good, but the problem with this house is specifically that it's meant to not be stuck together. It's very individualized. So what we need to do is we need to modify them slightly to where they have portions that can be stuck together. So that way I can say, okay, here's house A, and maybe it's got this like little section that connects there. And then it has another one that, connects here. And so then, we have this cool looking asset that covers the same space as what this is, but it's using the structure that you had before. You know what I mean? Or maybe it comes out here. I don't know, whatever. That's what we've got to do. I think that's the complexity that we have to create, because it's the same thing as this. I'm saying this, but you can't see that. It's the same thing as this kit bash that this guy has created. He just made them very vertical, and then had the idea that again, each one of them would be separated out with that verticality. And so
yeah, they're like very kind of like boxy, and they have like a main entrance in front, and all the other walls are kind of like flat, so it's kind of easier to stack.
Correct. So that's where we need to take this design, right? And then add a section of that does that. So that way we have a section that is flat, and each side has a section that is flat and can be connected. So then we can use that to kind of create these sections that are connected, instead of like what this is meant to be right now is a very individualized set piece. It's not meant to be kit bashed with anything else. It's just meant to be dropped in as an individualized piece, and that works. But I'm saying for us to be able to create the same style but in a more expandable sense, we need to think about how this can be. Like I said, I would put a flat wall over here instead of this, and I would have that roof be flat, and then I would make this an interior door, not an exterior door, and then I can connect that with something else like this over here that does the same thing. And that's what I'm saying. We just need to rework it a little bit with that in mind, because then we can create the slums with that same style. Like, there's nothing saying we can't use that style in this area over here. I think in fact, that was the idea, and I think that's what would make this look good, is that slums style. But it's not going to be individualized like this and have like these little individual houses everywhere. It's going to be, slummed, put together, very,
all on top of each other, connected. Yeah.
Correct. And then we can get kind of cool with it too, where we can have levels, like let's say we put do I have a blank one? Okay, this kind of works, I guess. So we can have levels where we say, you know, these group. Oh damn, that went quick. These are grouped up here, you know, in this level, and then there's a little stair that comes to the other one, and comes down here to this level, and you know, you got a bunch of them that are grouped up here, and then you get that really classic Roman slash what is that other place? It starts with a V. I can't remember the name, but like super tiny, like tight looking, you know, cities that are really crammed because there's a bunch of shit, and you get like a little road here, a little walkway, but you like 10 houses. All
is that Venice?
Venice, yes. So, you know, something like that, I think, is what we're trying to aim for this area specifically. I don't think that works for over here. I think we've kind of moved into, this is a facility, and I think we make this a warehouse type setup, and that's where the bandits are, you know, kind of there. Maybe there's an entrance building where you would process and, you know, meet people, and there's some fencing that's around this area to, you know, keep the facility safe. I think that's what we kind of do for this area. I like that idea because then we can, you know, make this very industrial, you know, and then we can still keep this. We can still keep this. I like this, but I would probably say a little bit less complex. I would say maybe have like one here, and then it comes down, and then it goes to that one, and then maybe there's an elevator or something right here. We need to get this. I need to get this done right here before I can let you loose on this, because that's, or at least need to give you in a good direction, so that way we have, okay, this is the shape. Go from here, because if I don't, then I'm just gonna keep, you know, messing with it, and I don't want to do that. So I think I like what you were doing is you're kind of prepping everything and getting everything ready, so that way we can kind of drop pieces in and everything else, and maybe even, like I said, you know, take another stab at this if you wanted to, because again, this is good. It's just very, very similar, and we need to kind of create a modular or less modular setup. This is very bespoke. I want something that's kind of bespoke here. Maybe we can repeat this house once over here, but it shouldn't be repeated more than once, you know?
Yeah, my idea there was just like, you know, to place things on the grid and then start modifying from there.
Yeah. And I get that. I'm not, you know, I'm not discounting it. I'm just trying to.
What I do like a lot about this structure I made is the staircases. I like them how like they have like a rest and they go and have a 90-degree twist.
I do like that too. I don't know. So I like this. Like, I actually really like that. I don't know if I like this double thing where it goes in either way. I'm not a fan of that. I would have had a rest maybe a little bit longer along this line and then brought up. I'm definitely not a fan of the double thing, but I do like how this went here. I kind of wanted to mimic that with this structure, and then I realized how hard that was, and I was like, okay, never mind. So I was just kind of speeding through this, but I do like that, how you had that kind of rest set up, and I do like how you had it kind of angular towards the wall, and there was multiple ways. So I do like that. You know, keep that structure and definitely keep that form. What I would urge for is, let me see, like, we have to think about how this looks, and a good example is over here. This is very pretty, and it looks good, right? But we don't want to overuse this. Does that make sense? So like, if this is my grand coolness, okay, which I actually really like, by the way, then we don't want to use that in our low town, right? They didn't have a master architect or person over here that did that cool stuff. So I think keeping that in mind, right, levels of progression of awesomeness and ornateness and everything else, that's kind of what we want to think about when we're doing this. So, you know, keep that in mind. I'm not saying that you didn't do that. I'm just, keep it in mind. I like, you know, how we had multiple levels here and how it kind of teeters and totters and moves. I like how that looks for the sight lines and everything else. And we can have banisters and balconies. So yeah, there's a lot of good. You're doing good stuff, and I think we're moving in the right direction. I just need to for this specifically, I need to solidify what this is going to look like, so that way we can, let you kind of go back to where you were in doing the ideation stuff, because I think I kind of have butchered that with setting this up. So, maybe we set a call up tomorrow to where we can like get on, not on stream, and we can sit down and we can do ideation real quick and kind of hammer out some thought processes and see what works best, so that way you can go from there and you're not, I'm not like double triple up your work.
Yeah, now I think I might focus on just creating like smaller buildings and see if I can come up with that, like what you're saying, like the slums,
Yeah.
and trying to
Using,
like make them more boxy so we can connect them together and stack them up.
well, I want you to keep this style. Like, I don't want you to lose that style, you know what I mean? So don't go away from that style. Just think about, like, so for example here, in this version, I didn't move this over because I was just doing it right. But in my actual kit bash version, the one that's all good, I did move this over. And so where I want you to think about that is again, maybe we bring something over here, and then that also allows me to make a double level from that. And so instead of making it all one piece, I'm thinking about, okay, if I was to expand this house, and for whatever reason I got more money or something happened, now I expand that house, what does this look like? And that's kind of what I would think about. That's how we would develop it. I want to keep the same style. I absolutely love the style that you had, but how do we make those pieces or those bits that they can be mashed together? So one flat side, or maybe two flat sides with an interior door that can be connected to another interior door from another piece, and then we can make the Lego that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be cool. That would definitely be cool, because then we could finish off this, which I actually, again, I don't really have any major issues with this section. I actually like everything over here. While I'm still figuring out how I want to finalize Boobville water processing facility. So you think you want one bigger?
I don't know. It kind of looks more interesting.
Okay, so what if I made this, right? I get rid of this, and then let's say I move this back here, or maybe even over here, so we create like a tripod. So this is our reservoir. Now we're cutting into the mountain.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. Like, get the slums, the slum buildings. Leave the level instances, the originals as we have them, but try to reconstruct them using your kit bash assets.
Yeah.
And make them like more, like you said, like boxy, so we can like place them together.
Well, the kit bash, the assets that I created are very specific, so we're gonna you will have to make more, just for the thought, because I just made it for the one that you created. Okay, what about this? What do you think about this? So I got a bigger pump here. It's still centered and everything else, and these pumps are still the same. But I got a bigger one on the right, smaller one on the left, and then I added the reservoir into that section right there.
I like this a lot. The biggest one in the center.
Yeah.
So it gives a little bit more balance, and then we have two smaller ones on the
Okay, so
on the
what
sides.
if I did this? So we're gonna have to. Is this all one piece? It is all one piece. So what if I did this? So basically, cut this here, and then let me grab those protects there. Grab this, move that here.
And actually, I'm gonna use that image that that you just showed me with the bunch of buildings.
Yeah.
And try to replicate those shapes using the Star Wars buildings we have.
Yeah. But what about this?
Mm-hmm.
So this
I
reservoir.
like that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. We'll work from this then. So this reservoir will be kind of, that's what provides stuff to the town. Maybe this smaller pipe is meant for the castle only. So I can have another reservoir somewhere over here, maybe, that goes directly to the castle. And this is meant for the dungeon.
I like the small pipes. Those pipes, the dungeon,
Yeah.
the dungeon water how
Yeah.
do you call the dungeon pipe? That they go in 90 degrees.
Yeah.
Like we can add a bunch of those, like, for making little details and stuff.
No, I agree. I think I'll probably have them come off of here and into the water. So that way we have pipes, moving and off into the water. Yeah, I do like that. So,
And then we have the sewer pipes also that we can like make small, like very tiny, and then like make some crazy
yeah,
patterns with them.
yeah, that's a good point, and I do like that and agree. Okay. Let's take a quick look. Hopefully it doesn't crash on me. Actually, F that. I'm gonna save. I don't need. There's 271 changes. I don't need to lose that, and then I'll.
Don't fly. Yeah, save everything. I think it's the flying thing that crashes.
Yeah, it might be. That's kind of interesting because that didn't cause any crashes before. So
remember, you one time told me that if you fly like after like a big distance or something like.
Yes. I mean it went away, so that's what I'm saying. Like it went away. I don't know. Maybe it came back. So
it went away.
like it wasn't an issue in 5.5.1, but maybe 5.5.2 it became an issue again. So who knows? Anyways, okay. So this is our big one. Wait, what? No nanite marking job queue. Oh, I didn't enable them for nanite. That's why. Okay. Well, that's not why it's crashing, but that's why it's giving me that error. So yeah, I like this height. I like this feeling. And this gives me that grandiose, look and approach. And then this is the reservoir. So this is where all the big water is being stored that gets sent, that clean reservoir for everything for the main city. And then we can do some stuff over here for, like I said, the warehouses and everything else. This is the facility for the dungeon. And that's how you have to turn the pumps on, basically. And then I can utilize this as the area for the reservoir stuff. And then we can even make it to where you can, come inside the little side area or whatever and, fight bandits in here or whatever else.
Yeah, catwalks will be very nice.
Yeah, we'll definitely do some catwalks. Especially because I think it... Go ahead.
Yeah, multiple levels so they can go actually down, like, to the lower part of the pipe.
Yeah, I think having a catwalk here and then another catwalk down here would be cool, because then you can watch the water kind of wave in and everything else. And then you can even look at the, the pipe or whatever. Maybe some bandits, this is where they this is where they stay at and they chill, And maybe this is where you have to come and do some maintenance, if we make it to where you have to like actually have a quest here, you have to get down there. And then once you're down there, you have to do some maintenance. Maybe you have to dive in the water, turn up the thing on, get back up, get into the catwalk area. We can play with it for sure. Okay. Well, I like that. I think we're in a good position. I agree with, you taking some time and effort to get those buildings workable. I think that's a good concept. Let me fly up a little bit and see if this is too big. I like it. I think it's fine. What do you think? You think it's okay? It's big. I'm not arguing it's not big, but
No, I think the size is way better. Like, it was just too big before. Like turn the vegetation on to see
Yeah.
how it goes with it.
What the hell? Becca Black. There you go. Okay, cool.
Because those palm trees also, like I've been saying this before, like I think the palm trees are a little bit too big.
This is the normal size of a palm tree.
I mean, it depends what kind of palm tree you're talking about. There are very big palm trees out there for sure, but not all of them are super huge.
Well, the whole point of them being super huge is because they block sightlines. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe we can. I can make some smaller ones. I haven't done any foliage work other than what you see, so maybe we can.
And
Make some
also, like the Roman palm trees, they're like super spiky, right? Like there's like another, it's like a special kind of palm tree.
Correct. So this is more your classical, but we're not necessarily doing a Roman one. Okay, doesn't have to be Rome, but we'll see.
Because it would be very cool to have like maybe the spiky ones closer to the villas, like more for like the rich people, and then like the more tropical ones near to the ocean.
Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to look and see what you're thinking about. Because if I look at, let's look at the Polygon pack, right? Their palm tree is basically the same thing as ours. The only difference is it's a skinnier stalk, and their leaves are smaller, but it's the same thing. Like,
Yeah, these are. I mean, I probably these came from the pirate pack. They're just reusing assets.
yeah, sure. I'm not arguing that. What I think that I would want to see for them, or I didn't mean to do that. I think what I would want to do is yeah, I like it. Hey, right, do you know where you're destroying and respawning the gear actors when they're picked up? Do you mean like in code? Hey, how's it going? You're talking about in code? I know there's a delay, so I have to wait for the response. Do you know why we're destroying and respawning the gear actors when they're picked up? So you're saying, okay, so let's go here. Let me go to a much smaller map. Okay, so if we come here, you're saying when I pick up an actor, the actor is getting destroyed and then it's being respawned on my character? Is that what you're saying? And yeah, I'll be honest, I would probably ping him. So I know there was an issue at one point. I can't remember what the issue was, but basically it required our workaround for the issue was us to yeah, it grabs the class of the actor, spawns the actor, and attaches it to the player, then destroys the item on the ground. Yeah, so there was a bug. It was a while ago. I want to say it was like almost 5 months ago, 6 months ago. There was a bug that was being created. I can't remember what the bug was off the top of my head right now. And the workaround for that was to spawn it at 000 and then attach it to the player. I don't think that was a good workaround, but it was a workaround. And I'm pretty sure that I'm the one that came up with that workaround. So you probably have me to blame. So long story short, no, there's no reason. Go ahead and try to spawn it the way that you think that it should work. And we'll go from there. It's easy to kind of figure out where that problem is and then come back to it. Well, so it tries to go to the player, but it goes to 000 sometimes. That was another part. That was another one of the bugs that I found. Like it should go to the player and then attach, but like sometimes it goes to 000. Like there's a whole thing. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Oh yeah. He's taking a lot of damage whenever I was supposed to hit. Oh, he's got a lot of health. That's what it is. Okay. So he doesn't have a lot of stamina, but he has a lot of health. Okay. The problem is that when you spawn items now, okay. So the problem is that when you spawn the items now, they need to know what data asset to use. So I just need to add an input for it, which I've done, but it requires some casting, which is annoying. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that. I kind of understand what you're saying, but there's part of me that also does not understand what you're saying. Like, because I don't know data assets. Like, oh, he almost got hit by a trap. I don't know data assets, you know, so like, I don't really know why that would be a requirement. Messer might be able to help you, but I don't specifically know why that would be a requirement because I lack the requisite knowledge to be able to solve that problem. Who knows? Maybe I'll get there. Anyways, Danilo, no, I like the trees at their size level. That's kind of the reason why I put them there. They're actually, if you look at them, their actual model, they're not that big. These are plussed up. Where is it at? Foliage. Yeah, so the actual palm trees are actually pretty reasonable. They're not, you know, amazing, but they are pretty reasonable in size.
Yeah, those are pretty nice. It's just I think the PCG makes them a little bigger.
No, I create them that way because I do set that in the PCG. So I want them to be larger because as they're larger, I'm less likely to, you know, see things. Now, maybe arguably this right here is massive, right? I'm not saying, you know, it's not, but again, that's me in my PCG. I can go modify. That takes like 4 seconds. If I go to where's my PCG? There we go. And I come here and I go to tree base. Oh wait, before I do this, good thing I remembered. Let's toggle it off. Now that I'm looking at them, it's true they are pretty large, like redwood. Shut up, man! You're not supposed to. You're on my side, bro. And you left my side. Okay, so transform points. So I said that they spawn at 1.5. So let's do 1.1, and their height doesn't change much, right? But I do say that they have the possibility at spawning at 3. Maybe 3 is a little big. So let's go 2, okay?
Maybe like 1.5.
Get out of here. But maybe. Let's try it first. Come on. No, I don't need cheap viewers. Stop trying to offer me viewers, you bastard. Nobody cares. Nobody wants viewers. Get out of here. Yeah, well, we'll see here in a second. So I made them smaller. They're much smaller now. Okay, look, see, it's double the size. I can't hug the tree, so that's good. I guess that's what you like. See, there you go. Now, let's go to the main world and see how desolate our world feels. You guys basically cold my forest.
Let me see. What is the thickest palm tree there is?
Well, I will. Wait, whoa. Why are you trying to find thick palm trees, bro? What's wrong with you? No, yeah, give me a second. Okay, so let me turn PCG off, and then turn it back on so that way it regenerates.
Okay, there's a special kind of palm tree which is super super thick, but these are the spiky kind.
Yeah. Now look how desolate this place looks, bro. It looks barren.
It needs more vegetation, different kind.
No, it needs, the palm trees are great. Okay, hold on. We're playing real quick. Let me see. Take a look.
No, I know you made them bigger just to like fill up a little bit more of the space.
Yeah. See, look like that. Yeah, okay, this is a good looking palm tree. I'm not lying, but I don't know, man. It all feels empty. Let's come up here. Let's see what looks over here. This is okay, I guess. So this is not too bad.
It will be super cool to have different stages of the palm tree.
I mean, that's easy to make. I just have to do the texture for it. But this is not cool. Like a barren little tiny forest, bro. Damn.
No, definitely. If you change the size of the palm tree, also you need to change the density of the PCG. But it doesn't matter for now. Like,
I mean, I don't know, man. We're at a density of 0.9 ASO. Let's go 0.7. Look, let's go rape fields over here. Like
I wouldn't
look at
play
that.
too much with it.
Look at that. That's 0.7. This is basically Treeville, bro. It's tree-licious.
I wouldn't play much with that. I will probably like get more. Jesus.
Look, it's tree-licious up in here. Like you can't even see, bro. Look how many trees there are. I can't even see. Oh my.
I will probably just get different kinds of palm trees. So now we can add more assets and make them smaller.
Where are you? What do you mean get different kinds? Somebody has to make those. His name is Ryu. You're like, oh, I'm gonna go download them. You can't download palm tree. I have to make them. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of like the palm tree forest. I kind of like it. It's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of cool. Okay. Damn, look at that. That's a palm tree forest. Oh, that's right. I forgot. They only spawn in one location now. What about nighttime? Like this got to be pitch black, bro. This is like dark as. I can't even see. My screen is just black. There's too many palm trees up in this house. Does a subsurface material on the leaves add subtle diffuse lighting with lumen? Yes, it does. So you can see, it might be hard to see on stream, but yes, it does.
I mean, that's gonna just make performance drop a lot, right?
Well, it looks pitch black because I don't use what's the word I'm looking for? I don't use
Subsurface?
No. They have subsurface. And the leaves already do glow with subsurface, but that's not the point. I'll show you that in 2 seconds. It's damn it, what's it called? It's when your eyes adjust to the lighting. Fuck, it's on the post-processing. I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, I limit that. I hate that eye adjustment thing. Even though it is very realistic, I hate it. Well, that's not what they call it, but yes, basically it simulates the pupils opening up to get more light, and then it dilation of pupils and all that. Exposure, there you go. That's the word. I couldn't remember it yeah. So I don't, I limit exposure and I limit the amount that it can do, so that way it keeps everything dark on purpose. Now, that being said, if you look, you can see that the sun glowing through the leaves does cause them to light up. In fact, they have that nice lit texture and they're a different color. And so the non-auto exposure is why it's so dark. If I turned on exposure, this would not be so dark in here. Yeah. So like, for example, if I go to, what's it called? Ultra Dynamic Sky. If I turn on Ultra Dynamic Sky and then I go to the exposure setting, there we go, exposure. And so right now you can look, my exposure bias is all like, literally I've zeroed it all out. So if I increase this to like 1 for daytime, now you can see that I can now see inside of the air in the darkness. And I can even make it 2. And then if I turn this to nighttime, let's go nighttime. Yeah, let's go nighttime. And then I can change the bias up at nighttime, which allows it to become more. But see, again, everything else out here now is like, that's my problem is like, I don't want it to be super light out here. Like I want this to be dark. It should be dark out there. But then it gets like pitch black inside there. I don't know. Anyways, let's play.
Yeah, just in auto exposure is tough. You will need to make like blocking volumes.
Yeah, I generally don't like exposure. I want the lighting to be the way that it is, and I want it to always be that way. So I just turn off exposure. That being said, if this is my auto exposure bias, look at how much bloom there is, man. Everything's bloomed out. I'm bloomed. But then the forest isn't dark, and I do get that nice shading, and I get some lighting and everything. I don't know. We'll see. So, anyways, back to where I was. Oh, damn it. Where's my exposure? Put that back to 0. Let's go to daytime. Y'all in here making me stay past my bed. That's fine. I need to play this a little bit. Okay, so we said this was, we did a density filter of 0.8. So let's do 0.8. I'm gonna get stuck in PCG now. Look at this. I'm gonna be PCG'd out. You guys are effing my life up. Okay, let's say, what if I made it, I kept it skinny, right? But I made it taller. How about that? Okay. Oh my
Bro, you're
God.
gonna like stretch the palm trees now.
Yes, but you're not gonna care. Like those ones are gonna be so rare. They're in the sky. Like you're not gonna care. Okay, that density still is way too much. So what if I change the density filter to 0.9? Weapons are finally done. Just spent a little over an hour just stepping through code to figure out what was going on. Okay, well, that's good. Okay, so this is a little bit better. I have some spacing. And there are some really densely thickened areas. And see how I've got it where some palm trees are aged? So I have it where some palm trees are aged. We just need to have the texture that supports that. And you don't know this, Danilo, but I actually added in, I added it in yesterday or the day before. So if I go to my material, yeah, I like it too. If I go to my material and I turn on gradients, so now I can actually enable gradient color, and then I can set the gradient based off of the location. So I can actually create aging, and then you can actually set the gradient distance and the gradient color. So I could say, oh, I want this to be mossy. You can make you can make it mossy, and change the gradient location or the shift or how much you want it to be. You gotta play with the values a little bit.
That's super cool.
But,
Talking about this tower, like, can you go inside?
sure. It's not easy to do in this. Let me hold on. Let me undo this real quick. Let me turn this off. And do that. Okay, okay, I'm inside. Well, let's go inside the one that's lit up. Yeah, I'm inside.
You see those stairs?
Yep.
Um, I was thinking like the base that you put like underneath, like it's separated from the stairs.
Yeah, because I
I was
haven't
thinking
finished it.
it will be nice to like if you wanna like have it flat underneath, just to make it one piece together with the stairs, or simply just have the stairs sticking to the wall.
Okay, 1 second. It'd be awesome to have some overlay materials using vertex painting to paint in the cracks, Moss. So yes, we're gonna have that. We are gonna have vertex painting materials for that very reason. So that way you'll be able to paint in cracks, and then you'll be able to paint in. I don't know about moss, maybe moss, but yeah, we'll see. Anyways, no. What I'm gonna do is I just hacked this together. But what I am going to do is I am going to basically grab this, and the stairs will be brought down to fill this gap. And this is going to be turned into, oh damn, I'm flying too fast. This is going to be turned into wood. So these will be wood beams. And so basically the wood beams are what's holding up the stairs, and they're being asphyxiated to the wall.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that way, because it's a crappy tower, you know, we're going to have wood. And then I'm thinking about for this one, I'm gonna have, this is where like they're gonna have a wood post that hangs out of here, and then that wood post is where, you know, that their colors or their banners would fly or whatever else. So that way, when you take over the villa, all of the banners turn into your color, whatever you chose as your primary color. All the banners and all the colors for that villa will then turn into your color. So that shows your ownership of the villa.
That sounds cool.
So we'll do that. But no, yeah, exactly. And I need to do the same thing for this. Like I have to plan for the inside of all these too. Anyways, let's talk about the trees so I can get my PCG done and then go to bed. Is this too much or is this enough? What you got?
Do you think you can like bake vertex painting texture so it's not gonna be so expensive?
I mean, they're not really that expensive. Like now with the new stuff, like they're designed to have multiple layers, and you're designed to have multiple layers of textures. Vertex painting is the same thing as multiple layers. Like there's no, I don't think it's that expensive comparatively. I'll have to look and see. But
I just had this experience with an asset pack that used vertex painting, like, and it was super modular. You can like customize the whole thing, but it was crazy expensive.
like define expensive. Like I'm that's the part I'm confused on.
You know, like shader complexity on the optimization views, and like just like having those buildings, like you can definitely feel like if you like duplicate them a couple of times, like it can really like make the you know, drop performance.
Okay. I will have to test it. I mean, I have not used them. So I don't know. Like I don't generally do vertex painting in any of my projects. Because again, I've never gotten that deep into it to where I've said, okay, this is my final version. I think vertex painting is something that you're doing when you're like almost done type thing. What do we think about this for a forest, by the way? Is this better? So they're skinny bennies. There's no big hulks, but it's still kind of keeping the sight lines toasty. I like it.
I feel like it's too dense, or like is it like the thing we had?
It could be too dense. I'm not saying it's not. So I could go to 0.94. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's a forest or a jungle. It's kind of both. So 0.4 is a little bit more or less. I can go 0.5. I think 0.5 was just too much, dude. Let's see. I don't know. That's kind of, I mean, no, dude, that's like it's too weak. That's way too weak. I can see all the way over there, and I can see those that are effed up. No, I'm gonna do 0.4. Let me see 0.4. Yeah, see, this covers my sight line. That's what we need to do. Now we can add some more, again, some more variances. I can, you know, spend a stream making some different types, but I think 0.4 is the answer because I need to be able to cover sight lines like legitimately. That's kind of the whole point of it. And we can have meadows. We don't have any meadows right now. We can have meadows and kind of create that, but I do like the idea of the sparsity. They need to make it where I can control PCG and I can literally say I don't want this here, pop, and I can get rid of it. They did that with the foliage one. Maybe once you bake it down, it turns it into it. I don't know. I gotta look, but I want the ability to like control the PCG individualized one, so that way I can move it and say, no, you shouldn't be there, PCG, you suck.
That's nice. I don't know if you can turn PCG into foliage actors. That would be super sweet.
I think there is a way you can.
Then you can just like...
The problem is you're gonna lose all the benefit of the PCG. Like PCG is super performant, bro. Especially now with nanite. Oh my god! Like I could literally put 5 billion trees in here, and it would still, I would still be getting 50 frames per second. Like, it's super performant. Turns out a jungle is just a denser forest in a humid climate, regardless of tree type. Well, then I guess it's a jungle because this is a humid location.
It really depends on the lighting settings that you're going to use for your vegetation.
What do you mean? Lighting settings for what?
On the cooling and stuff. You see, because like most of your trees disappear in the distance. Like there's a distance where they disappear.
Oh, you're talking about culling. Yeah, so that's for optimization.
Culling, yeah.
Yeah, that's for optimization. But I mean, there's never gonna be a player who's this far back. Like, it's not gonna happen. So most of these aren't being culled. Like, you can look at them. That's some fucking non-culling right there, bro.
No. I mean the distance is perfect for the player.
Yeah, because the player might be here. I think this is the. And even then, like, they're like, because that's probably a little bit more dense. I guess when I get up there, we'll see here in a second. No, yeah, that's basically the number of trees. So yeah, I don't know. We're good. We'll have to play with it. Maybe not literally 5 billion trees. Well, that's correct. I don't know what the actual numbers is. I think there's a way to find out the number of trees, but well, I mean, maybe you got me. Okay, look, you know what? I'm gonna challenge you. I have a beast of a machine. I'm saving all. We're doing it. I'm about ready to make 5 billion trees. You questioned me, and now I'm gonna do it. Where is? Oh, it's BP PCG. So I need PCG. There we go. And then I'm gonna go to the PCG graph editor, and I'm going to set the filter to 1 for trees. So basically, it's gonna be like maybe not 5 billion. It's gonna be a lot. Okay, we're gonna go 0.3. My computer just died. Oh, it's dead. Oh, it's dead. Oh, it's dead. Let's see what happened. Oh, look at those trees, bro. There's so many. No, they're not. I mean, I mean, it can't, because of my filter and the way that I have it set up. 1 million seconds is 11 days. 1 billion seconds is 32 years. Wait. That's some dad joke crap. Anyways, no, because of the filtering system that I have, I can't actually like punch them in anymore because it auto filters the points and makes sure that it culls anything that intersects. That's probably true. Yeah, sure. It is probably incomprehensible, except for the fact that people are billionaires. Anyways, we're not this dense of a jungle. That's a dense ass jungle. Okay, we're not that dense. So I'll keep it at 0.94. I think that's the right answer. And now they're smaller, so you can't complain about the trees, and then we'll add in differences later. Okay, you happy? Have I appeased your tree loving requirements?
Yeah. I think that size is better.
Okay. Got it. More manageable size. And then I think honestly, once we add in like on my material, so if I go to my material, where is it at? Material, foliage, and then I think it's tree. Oh no, I don't. It's been forever, man. Now you're making me dive into things that I haven't done in forever. Fuck. What is it called? Which one did I put it on? Palm tree two-sided. I think it's palm tree two-sided. Yeah, okay. So I can actually do some kind of cool stuff. I'll show you here. We can create, and I need to get the variance down too, but we can basically say we want our subsurface color. Right now, I'd be happier if the player's hand stayed closed around his weapon when you were running. Well, that is now the animation stuff that I have to do, bro. So I can actually set up the, it's because I never set the thing up, right? So if I come underneath the tree and I look for the, don't take that pervertedly. But my subsurface material, you can see I'm changing the color of what happens. And so as I would go white, it goes there. And then I can actually change the color of the individual leaves too. So I can say, hey, I want blue. I want a blue kind of palm, or I want a dead palm that's kind of a gray, or I want a kind of a super purple palm. And so we can make more lively palms, and we can make more dead palms. And then I can use the setup to kind of change how all of this kind of looks. So we've got a lot of options is all I'm saying. I have to revert all of this. Or we can make snow palms, okay? If we want snow palms, we can go snow palm. And all of this is editable live, which is what I love about it. So I need to revert that because that's gonna be a problem. And check it out, and then I'm gonna revert it. The following package has been modified. Would you like to reload these packages and revert changes? Yes. The most common of all palms in the palm world. Snow palms. Okay, there we go. Okay, so everything's back where it was. I'm gonna do a save all. We're gonna call it. I've been streaming well past my time frame. I think we're at 4 hours. I did 6 hours yesterday. Oh my god. Okay, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I have work in 5 hours, and my monitor went into execute mode for the cleanup. That's how you know that I've been on. That tells me my monitor's been active for 8 hours, past the 8 hours that I did before. So, yep, I gotta shut her down. Thanks, guys, for being here. And anybody who shows up later to watch the VOD, like, follow, subscribe, and you will be here. Yeah, I know you haven't streamed in 2 weeks. You gotta start streaming again. But I understand. Streaming is hard to do, man. Like, it takes a lot out of me to do it. I gotta sleep and take a nap and then come back in. Anyways, thanks everybody is here. Got a couple people watching on both Twitch and on the YouTubes. Got a couple of lurkers, and that's perfectly fine. I will check you guys on tomorrow's stream, and we'll go from there.
All right, good night.
You should stream Imperium.